Chapter 1828, Killed. Luo Changfeng was undergoing a fierce conflict of thoughts. Should he run? If he wanted to flee, this was the best time. Even Zai Bingyun was already at the end of her line, but for the sake of survival, one was always capable of exploding with endless fighting spirit, so no matter what, she would still be able to hold on for a period of time, which was enough time for him to flee. But the moment he left, the heavenly Dao Jade would definitely fall into Ling Han's hands. However, it was only a mere instant and he had made his decision. He turned around and fled. That was because he and Zai Bingyun had not been able to kill Ling Han even in their prime condition, so what would grant him the ability to do it now? More importantly, Ling Han was practically a monster. He was actually not affected in this mystery realm. Shua, a sword light slashed out, blocking his way. It was the Empress. Though bewitching Maiden Ro was willing to step out for Ling Han, she had done so more out of a kind of righteousness and to repay his favor, but to ask her to intersect and kill the holy son of a celestial king tier sect? She wouldn't dare to. Once either Luo Changfeng or Zai Bingyun died here, it was still fine if the murderer was known, as the matter would be simply resolved by having them pay for it with their lives. But if there were no eyewitnesses, then it was not impossible that a celestial king tier force would erase all those involved in the matter in their great fury. Moreover, if it was because she moved that had led to Luo Changfeng's death, even the purity sect would be destroyed. Trying to speak reason with a celestial king tier force? How was it supposed to be done, and who would listen? Thus, she merely stood on the sidelines. Luo Changfeng's eyes swept over the Empress and he said, "Come with me and I can fight for you to become a holy daughter of our sect." Shua, the Empress shot out another flash of sword chi. This was her answer. Luo Changfeng did not have the slightest bit of delusions left. He delivered a palm strike towards the Empress, and his figure rapidly moved. At this moment, escape was his priority. The Empress humphed and sent out all 9 doppelgangers. Then she summoned 100 fiery battle beasts. She used the unique environment of this place to strengthen her own battle prowess so that she could stand against a 3rd Severance Peak Stage Emperor tier. This was just barely enough, but it was not a problem for her to temporarily fight Luo Changfeng. After all, he was presently in a weak condition. However, even so, with the added factor of the Celestial King tier tool, one punch from Luo Changfeng was enough to destroy a battle beast, showing his invincibility. Thankfully, the environment here was unique. Even if one battle beast was destroyed, it only meant that she had to reform it. There was enough fire element here, and added with the flame control technique, it meant that the Empress had an endless supply of power. The Empress's strategy was also incredibly clear, and that was detaining Luo Changfeng. When Ling Han finished on his side, he naturally would come and erase the latter from existence. Bewitching Maiden Ro's heart beat madly as she watched. An indescribable coldness rose up in her, but she also felt an excitement that could not be put into words. Killing the holy son and heiress of a celestial king tier force. Just how outrageously brazen was this? But just how fulfilling would that feel? Ling Han's eyes were set on Zai Bingyun. He had already drawn the divine demon sword, and had similarly formed 10 battle beasts. After advancing into the 3rd Severance, the strength of these battle beasts had also improved greatly. Each one was no weaker than Zai Bingyun, what more when there were 10 of them. Additionally, there was Ling Han, as well as 2 great source powers of heaven and earth, and the divine demon sword, and with all these together, how could they be anything that Zai Bingyun, who was at the end of her line, could withstand? If you kill me, you will definitely be hunted down by the elites of our Zai clan. If you offend a celestial king tier force, even if you flee to the corners of the earth, there is no way for you to escape. Zai Bingyun threatened. Even in this kind of situation, she did not beg to be spared. Ling Han ignored her. He had already sworn that he would definitely eliminate this inhumane woman. Zai Bingyun tried her best. If it was anyone else, she might still be able to succeed. However, Ling Han's physique was extremely tough, so even if she put her life on the line, he was not afraid. No matter how vicious and fierce her blows were, they would only cause him superficial injuries at most. Her eyes involuntarily became fierce. If she really was to die here, she would definitely drag Ling Han down with her. Zai Bingyun's body trembled and suddenly became transparent. That was because the blood dragon armor she was wearing had already been largely damaged. Thus, one could clearly see through to the organs under her skin through these holes. Then, her whole figure became transparent, as if she was about to disappear from the spot she was standing. Ling Han's sword slashed out, but she did not dodge or evade. Instead, she picked up speed and pounced towards Ling Han, her arms spread wide open. Pu, the divine demon sword penetrated her body, but a vicious expression appeared on Zai Bingyun's face. Her arms closed around and tightly wrapped around Ling Han. In the eyes of outsiders, the scene was very erotic. A man and woman were embracing each other in a very intimate manner, both disheveled. Whoever saw this would probably let their imagination roam, wouldn't they? But in truth, there was not the slightest bit of romance between the two of them, only endless killing intent. Multiple symbols appeared on Zai Bingyun's delicate body. This was her true greatest move and was also the last greatest move. By exploding her divine fetus, she would die together with her enemy. Being tightly trapped in her arms, Ling Han couldn't even enter into the Black Tower, and could only take this blow head-on. Void Storm. Zai Bingyun spat out these words softly, and her whole person exploded with a boom, turning into a frightening storm of regulations. Ling Han bore the brunt of it, and instantly felt like his body was about to be torn apart. However, his physique was too tough. After advancing into the third severance, it had almost reached the level of 3-star pseudo-divine metal. With a cold humph, he channeled the indestructible Heaven's Scroll. With his direct channeling, his defenses were instantly increased to terrifying heights. He would probably be able to withstand the blow of Ain Soul Elite. Zai Bingyun was putting her life on the line again, but she was merely in the third severance peak stage. No matter how much of a king among kings she was, she might not be able to break through the line of dividing soul tier, what more matching the battle prowess of Ain Soul Elite. Boom, the space storm raged madly, but Ling Han stood there like a mountain. Zai Bingyun's whole person was turning into regulations. After this full-power attack, she too would die and become a part of the heaven and earth. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face. This attack was actually completely ineffective against Ling Han. She had already put her life on the line, so couldn't he at least sustain some severe injuries? But she couldn't do anything else anymore. Like a porcelain object, her delicate figure was breaking apart piece by piece, and her spirit was also shattering along with it, to disappear with the winds. Ling Han felt neither joy nor grief. Killing someone was never an action that could bring one joy, but if he did not kill Zai Bingyun, he would not be able to apologize to the innocent tribe of dwarves that had died. He looked towards Luo Changfeng. Since he had already killed, he did not mind killing a few more people. When Luo Changfeng felt Ling Han's eyes on him, he felt as if all his hair was raised on ends. With a battle cry, he tried to break out of the siege at all costs. He definitely could not allow Ling Han to catch up to him, or he would be following in Zai Bingyun's footsteps. As the holy son of a celestial king tier sect, he would definitely become an ascending origin tier in Futurian fact, he even had a chance of becoming a celestial king, so how could he die here? Now that he was using all his might, the Empress was immediately no longer able to block him, and allowed Luo Changfeng to break out of the siege. However, he had also paid the price by being wounded by a considerable number of battle beasts. However, at this moment he no longer cared. Ling Han used Luo Changfeng and set out to chase down Luo Changfeng. An expression of humiliation and fury appeared on Luo Changfeng's face. In his eyes, Ling Han was just a piece of trash, yet he was actually being hunted by this piece of trash now, which made him feel incredibly humiliated. He only had to leave this mystery realm. He swore in his heart. Ling Han had 2 source powers of heaven and earth. In fact, he could possibly obtain the heavenly Tao Jade as well. He would definitely not allow the latter to swagger out. He had to ask the elites of the sect to move out, suppress Ling Han, and snatch all his great opportunities away from him. Crackle, crackle, lightning exploded from his entire body. The natural lightning physique showed its might, and his speed was as fast as light. Chapter 1829, Prostration. Ling Han used lightning flash. His speed was similarly astonishing, and he pursued Luo Changfeng closely. Both of them moved as fast as lightning. With a crackle, blazing white lightning flashed, the sight astonishing. Banish. Ling Han stretched out his right hand and pressed it down on Luo Changfeng. Luo Changfeng suddenly felt a coldness that caused his hair to stand on end. He gritted his teeth, and the flash of lightning on his body actually quickly became slightly stronger than before, and he attained another burst of speed, increasing slightly in an inconceivable manner, and he was actually faster than this strike from Ling Han. Banish instantly hit empty air. Ling Han also appeared slightly surprised. This natural lightning physique was really quite amazing. Even with that, Luo Changfeng still managed to dodge? Before this, only that mutated celestial medicine had been able to do so, and that was because that thing had grown through absorbing lightning regulations. Let me give it a try too. As Ling Han pursued, the lightning regulations that he had obtained through absorbing the celestial medicine surged in his heart. Before this, he had only used celestial medicines to interweave and form a resonance with the heaven and earth, and rapidly comprehend Tao through that, allowing himself to push open the doors to the third severance. He had not managed to refine the two types of regulations that were contained in the celestial medicine itself. He still had some time to cram. That was because Ling Han had already refined these regulations. 3 days underneath the reincarnation tree meant 300 years of comprehending Tao, which was enough time to refine these regulations. However, while he had refined them, he had not put them to use yet, nor did he know how he should go about using them. As he experienced it, zzz, lightning flashed madly. Actually, Ling Han was the most familiar with lightning regulations. That was because long since he had been in the small world, he had frequently shattered his own form and spirit to be tempered by divine lightning, and observe heaven's might in the meantime, turning it into his own power. Afterwards, he had obtained the 9 heavens flame, and had further retrieved the Shenin source water, so there were 2 source powers inside his body, which was equivalent to having 2 celestial kings constantly teaching him great Tao without reservations at all times. He naturally became more inclined towards these 2 aspects. But this did not mean that his comprehension in terms of lightning regulations was inferior. On the other hand, he had created a considerable number of mystical powers through lightning regulation. She couldn't have drunk so much heavenly tribulation fluid for nothing after all, right? Thus, when the lightning regulations of the celestial medicine surged through his mind, and after he analyzed them, they rapidly turned into his own understanding. It should be known that this celestial medicine was the most proficient in fleeing, and its speed was higher than even the large black dog's. However, the large black dog was still well versed in instant teleportation, and only then did he manage to cut it off. The true extreme speed of lightning. Ling Han's eyes glowed, and then turned a blazing white in color. It was like even his eyeballs were formed from lightning. Successively, his whole body flashed madly with lightning, and his figure also began to speed up. Pa 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 pa, wherever he passed, lightning would be left behind in the air and crackled loudly. He had acquired a new lightning flash celestial technique. Then Luo Changfeng shockingly discovered that Ling Han was rapidly closing the distance between them. He was so astonished that he almost spat his tongue out of his mouth. It should be known that this was a mystical power that had been nurtured naturally by his natural lightning physique. Even he could not maintain this kind of extreme speed for a very long time. It could not be helped. His cultivation level was limited and he could only unleash so much power. But this was already incredibly awesome, and he was sure that no one could match him in the severing mundane tier. But in Ling Han's case, this was no longer matching him but rather surpassing him. Could it be that this guy also possessed lightning element source power aside from the 2 source powers of fire and water? Could you be even more freakish? His scalp was numb, but Ling Han was getting closer and closer. He was just a small distance away from being in his scope of attack. Luo Changfeng humphed and said, "Ling Han, you have killed Zai Bingyun, and will definitely suffer being hunted down by a celestial king tier force. If you further offend our Thundercloud Palace, you will not have the slightest sliver of survival left." Ling Han laughed loudly. "You speak as if your Thundercloud Palace would spare me if I did not hunt you down. I do not have a deadly enmity with you," Luo Changfeng persuaded. Ling Han scoffed and said, "Do you take me for an idiot? You have already found out that I possess 2 source powers, and would also obtain the heavenly Tao Jade later. With your greed, can you spare me? I can just guess that once I leave this mystery realm, you will definitely have the elites from the Thundercloud Palace come and deal with me." Luo Changfeng's heart clenched. He had indeed been thinking that. How could that be? I swear on my reputation. However, he thought was one matter, but he would definitely not admit it. Ling Han shook his head. "Luo Changfeng, you are inferior to even a woman. Though Zai Bingyun should have died 10,000 times over, she at least had some backbone. Faced with death, she had only chosen to fight, unlike you who are close to prostration." Luo Changfeng flew into a sudden fury. He was the holy son of the Thundercloud Palace, and usually it would only be others prostrating in front of him. "Ling Han, you are digging your own grave," he shouted loudly. "Don't think that just because you have the 9 heavens flame and the Shenin source water you can look down on every being in this world. You are only in 3rd severance, and any dividing soul tier would be able to easily suppress you. If a dividing soul tier directly came into contact with a source power, that would definitely mean death. But facing a 3rd severance, a dividing soul tier elite could just crush him with a palm strike from afar, so how could they possibly allow Ling Han the chance to approach them? Ling Han laughed. Luo Changfeng, do you think that two great source powers are the trump cards that allow my arrogance? His trump card was the Black Tower. At least, a dividing soul tier or even immortal palace tier could not possibly discover a clue of it. Luo Changfeng couldn't help but pause, and an incredibly strong coldness suddenly surged up in his heart. If even two source powers weren't Ling Han's trump cards, then what was his real trump card? In this world, was there anything stronger than a source power? The only thing that Luo Changfeng could think of was a celestial king, but how could Ling Han be bringing a celestial king with him everywhere he went? Wasn't that a joke? But no matter how he looked at it, Ling Han did not seem to be an idiot. The latter clearly knew that he would not end well if he killed both himself and Zai Bingyun, but he had still made his move without any reservations, and hunted them down without any scruples. You, who exactly are you? This time, Luo Changfeng was really shocked, and felt that even the Thundercloud Palace could not give him any sense of security. You guess, Ling Han said smilingly. All of a sudden, innumerable thoughts streaked through Luo Changfeng's heart. There were 9 heavens to the Celestial King tier, and each level brought one closer to ascending the heavens. This was not just mere empty words. Even if they were both Celestial King tier sects, how could one that was created by a first heaven Celestial King compare to one that was established by a second heaven Celestial King? There was a gap of who knew how much. The Celestial King of the Thundercloud Celestial King was a first heaven Celestial King, but even though he was the lowest level among Celestial Kings, a Celestial King was still a Celestial King, and he could reign for all eternity. As long as he was not deadly enemies with another Celestial King, he would be in eternal existence. Could it be that Ling Han was the descendant of a second heaven, or third heaven Celestial King? In fact, even ninth heaven Celestial King? If that was not the case, where would he have gotten such confidence from? Furthermore, what Celestial King would bear to bestow two source powers of heaven and earth onto their disciple? Only a ninth heaven Celestial King would, because he had already reached the ultimate apex, so even the source power of heaven and earth would not have the slightest significance for him any longer. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What if I agree to accept you as my master?" When he said these words, his heart was also squeezing painfully, and he felt as if his whole world had collapsed on him. The revered and prestigious holy son of the Thundercloud Palace actually took the initiative to beg to become someone else's lackey. Chapter 1830, Exposed Again. To actually speak these words, putting aside the fact that Luo Changfeng felt his face burn, Ling Han was also slightly shocked. Fuck, was this guy really a holy son? He was too shameless, wasn't he? There were some things that could be done and some things that could not. No one was willing to die, and Ling Han could understand that. He too feared death, but if it was for the sake of protecting his lovers and family, he would step out without the slightest hesitation. If it was for the sake of guarding his pride, he would also rather die than kneel. This was called having a backbone. As a holy son, and a holy son of a Celestial King tier sect at that, Luo Changfeng could actually prostrate himself to such an extent. This was the epitome of shamelessness. You make me disgusted, Ling Han said. He sent out a palm strike. Luo Changfeng had already entered his scope of attack. Banish. Luo Changfeng's face was burning red, yet he was indifferent internally. As a mighty emperor tier, a rare divine fetus that would only appear once in millions and millions of years, how could he die in a tiny mystery realm? He had boundless prospects in his future, and the destination of his journey was the stars and universe. Fuck. His vision darkened, and he had already entered into a separate dimension. Luo Changfeng didn't know what had happened, and naturally paled in shock. He hurriedly unleashed his full power and began a mad barrage of attacks. Originally, this separate dimension could be maintained for about a breath's time, but under his furious blasting, it immediately shattered. Luo Changfeng charged out, and then saw an iron fist descending onto his face. This little bit of time was enough for Ling Han to catch up to him. Luo Changfeng was astonished and hurriedly stretched out a fist to parry this blow. Peng, as the fist landed, his whole person was instantly sent into a drastic retreat. After his arm guards had been overused, his battle prowess had also fallen to rock bottom, and he was no longer able to match Ling Han. Ling Han did not let him off now that he was at the advantage and shot out another punch. Peng. Luo Changfeng was again sent backwards, and this time he had even flown through the air. Ling Han used lightning flash to catch up to him. At present, this was the improved version of lightning flash. In an instant he had caught up to Luo Changfeng, and then his fists showered down like rain. Peng 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 peng. The hard fists landed madly, and Luo Changfeng could only endure the barrage. Under the onslaught, his limbs were spread apart, and his whole body was trembling madly. He threw up blood like mad, and his chest very soon caved in under Ling Han's blows. And then his chest was punched through from the force. Blood spurted out and his bones and organs were visible. Ling Han was unmoved, and when he sent out another punch, he had already condensed the 9 heavens flame. Once this blow landed, Luo Changfeng would die without a doubt. By this time Luo Changfeng had finally lost all hope and given up. He knew that it was impossible that Ling Han would spare him. His eyes suddenly bulged and he released his final exclamation as he roared, "Then let us die together." His eyes were crying tears of blood, but they were immediately turned into ash by the lightning that was bursting out of his body. His whole figure had become blazing white. He had lost his physical body, and instead turned into a ball formed completely of lightning. Natural lightning physique, divine fetus, was actually formed by a section of celestial king tier regulations. And now, with his life as price, he had detonated Thu's portion of celestial king tier regulations. It was enough to kill any severing mundane tier. Luo Changfeng's face bore a twisted grin. If that was how it was, then he would just bring some company on his way to the underworld. Very foolish and naive. Ling Han shook his head. Didn't he see that Zai Bingyun had also exploded her own body? But what use was it against him? Are you even stronger than Zai Bingyun? Even if you are, just how much more powerful could you be? Boom! Lightning exploded, turning into a massive circular zone of explosive lightning. Bolts of lightning interwove closely together, destroying all life in that vicinity. Under this kind of shock wave, to say nothing of fourth severance, even a severing mundane tier peak stage king tier could be insta-killed. Even if he had not been insta-killed, he would have to suffer severe injuries at least. How could the self-explosion of a divine fetus as well as an emperor tier be anything ordinary? However, when the lightning had wreaked enough havoc, Ling Han was still standing proudly, but what rendered him speechless was the fact that the clothes that he had just put on were again turned into nothing, and he was again completely naked. Luo Changfeng's body had already turned into ash, but his spirit had not completely dissipated. Before returning to the Tao of heaven and earth, he looked at Ling Han in defiance. Even such a blow wasn't able to make Ling Han sustain the slightest injury. Just what kind of monster are you exactly? In the end, he was still unable to ask the final question. His spirit dissipated and returned completely to the heaven and earth. Ling Han's eyes swept over the surroundings. At a very far distance, there were 3 people that were presently trembling with fear. When his eyes passed over them, the 3 of them immediately turned around and fled. Terror-stricken, they were fleeing at an extremely fast speed. Lin Fong, Ting Xin, Wei Nian, the 3 that had previously fled. Ling Han did not chase after them. Their distance was really too far, and those 3 were also king tiers, so how could they be caught up with so easily? Husband. The Empress arrived elegantly from afar, and threw herself into his arms. Bewitching Maiden Rose stood in the distance, feeling fire burning her pretty face. She was also speechless. In a single day she had actually seen Ling Han naked twice. Was he doing it on purpose? Ling Han was also speechless. Who would have known that Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng would destroy his clothes, and then come over to embrace him before self-explosion, which again turned him naked? Did she think he wanted to look like this? However, my figure is actually extremely perfect, so it is to your advantage. Ling Han was embraced by the Empress, and didn't even have the time to put on any clothes. Thus he could only enter into the Black Tower in a flash. In any case, this had to be only an ordinary spatial god tool in the eyes of bewitching Maiden Ro. The Empress offered a kiss. Her beloved was domineering and showed his might, causing her passion to ignite like fire. She did not care for the situation or location. If she liked something, she would show her emotions. Everything in this world was ants to her, so what need was there for her to be concerned about the thoughts of others? Having the Empress clinging on to him, and she was looking so alluring and seductive at that, just ask who would be able to resist such temptation. Ling Han naturally was no exception. Furthermore, he had no need to resist either. This was his wife, a woman he could justly, honorably, and boldly love. After a bout of intimacy, Ling Han and the Empress finally exited the Black Tower. Actually, the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden had also joined them in the middle, and the preposterous eroticism that they had indulged in naturally could not be expressed to outsiders. In any case, Ling Han's legs had turned weak. After exiting the Black Tower, they saw that the mountain cave had still not opened, and Ling Han couldn't help but feel guilty. "Don't worry, I will not take advantage of the opening to steal the treasure," bewitching Maiden Ro declared in irritation. Seeing how the Empress looked so astonishingly alluring despite maintaining her bearing of austerity, she knew what she and Ling Han had just been doing. This caused her face to flush red. "Are you guys aware that there is another person here? Though I can't see you, I can feel that you are within the vicinity, so I would still feel embarrassed, all right?" Ling Han smiled faintly. Even if bewitching Maiden Ro wanted to steal the treasure, she couldn't possibly do so either. That was because the heavenly Tao Jade was formed through the source power of Earth, having evolved through millions and millions of years, and was not something that could be retrieved by a fourth severance at all. No matter what, she would have to possess Celestial King tier techniques, like Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng. Otherwise, it would only result in her death. Ling Han definitely would not say this, though. He merely looked at that cave, and thought that he had only indulged with the Empress for a single day this time round. It seemed like it could be ranked in the top 5 of the shortest periods of time that they had made love for. As expected, with something still lingering in his mind, he could not go all out. Seeing his distracted expression, bewitching Maiden Ro was almost exploding with fury. This was practically the largest stain in the history of the Purity sect. To actually be distracted while he was with her, and he was thinking of another woman at that. Could anyone bear that? In any case, she couldn't. Chapter 1831, Retrieving the Heavenly Tao Jade. After waiting for another day, the mountain cave finally opened. The rocks miraculously melted, revealing the passage of entry. The Heavenly Tao Jade was formed from the source power of Earth, so it was very ordinary that it possessed this kind of ability. On this day, Ling Han did a few things, such as plundering the spatial god tools that Luo Changfeng and Zai Bingyun had left behind. There was a considerable amount of good stuff inside. A descendant of a Celestial King tier force was indeed rich and imposing. Both the Empress and bewitching Maiden Ro stayed outside. They were not members of the race of dwarves, nor did they have any Celestial King tier techniques, so they could not possibly oppose the power of regulation of the Heavenly Tao Jade. They could die very easily. Ling Han was protected by the Nine Heavens flame. There was an abundance of fire element here, and added with the fact that he had cultivated the flame control technique, he could unleash the full might of the Nine Heavens flame. It was not dark inside the mountain cave. Multiple stalactites were exuding a gentle light. The whole cave was not large. He had only walked half a mile, and there was already no further path ahead of him. A large rock that was flatter than the others stood out in front of him, and there were 2 infants that lay on it. They looked like they were just a few months old. They neither cried nor fussed, and when they realized Ling Han had entered, they both cast curious gazes at him as they surveyed him. Ling Han knew that these were dwarves that had been birthed from the Heavenly Tao Jade. He couldn't help but feel rueful. Ultimately, the race of dwarves had not gone extinct. He picked up the 2 infants, and released all the corpses from the dwarves' village from the Black Tower with a wave of his hand. This would be the resting grounds of all the dwarves. After doing all this, he looked ahead. There was a stone pedestal which held a precious pearl. It was exuding a gentle light. Upon a closer look, that precious pearl was actually carved from jade, but the slightest signs of being carved could not be seen. It should be naturally shaped and formed by the powers of heaven and earth. Heavenly Tao Jade. Small Tower spoke up, and there was actually a tremble in its voice. In this world, there is a pitifully small amount of Heavenly Tao Jade, and usually an epoch would be needed to truly nurture a single piece. In truth, from Heavenly Tao Source Rock to Heavenly Tao Jade, this process only needed a few 100 million years, but the formation of the Heavenly Tao Source Rock itself would need a very long time, and since that time was counted into the formation of the Heavenly Tao Jade, that naturally meant an incredibly prolonged period of time. Ling Han couldn't help but say, "At first, celestial kings were also considered few and far between, but afterwards you said that there was an overwhelmingly large number of them. Could it be that in some celestial king tier sect, there would be as many as a pile of Heavenly Tao Jade too?" Small Tower hesitated slightly and then said, "That is not impossible. Celestial kings had absolutely no limit to their lifespan. To say nothing of an epoch, they would be able to live for 100 or even 1,000 epochs. Then, in their extended lives, it was actually not very hard to understand that they had obtained more than one Heavenly Tao Jade. This is the confidence of a great sect, Small Tower said. For example, the Rock Palace. You seem to know a lot about the Rock Palace, Ling Han said in a questioning tone. Small Tower paused slightly and then said, if we come down to it, we have some relations with the Rock Palace as well. What? Ling Han was astonished and thoughts streaked through his mind. Involuntarily, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Then, the previous Imperial Empress having died in the lower realm is actually no coincidence. How could there be anything so coincidental in this world? Small Tower did not avoid the issue this time round, and it seemed like it wanted to let Ling Han know some secrets. What kind of force is the Rock Palace? Ling Han was curious now. Ninth Heaven Celestial King tier. Small Tower replied seriously. Ling Han felt hot blood rush through his veins, but then immediately frowned. But the previous Imperial Empress of Rock Palace has already died. There is another, Small Tower said smilingly. And that is the person that was called Old Witch. Ling Han almost spluttered. That old woman using a walking cane. Fuck, that was actually a Ninth Heaven Celestial King. No wonder she was so awesome. Hang on. Ling Han hurriedly said, why didn't that old witch discover your presence? Moreover, why didn't you acknowledge each other? If that hadn't been the case, he would not have to be separated from his parents, lovers, and son for so long. Small Tower slowly said, firstly, as long as you don't use the Black Tower right in front of a Celestial King, then even a Ninth Heaven Celestial King couldn't possibly discover it. Secondly, before everything is clear, there is no one that could be fully trusted. Thirdly, if you had gone to the Celestial Realm early on, it would have been detrimental to your development. The path of a heavenly venerable tier has always begun from a small world and all the way onwards. Just who exactly is the heavenly venerate that you speak of? Ling Han immediately pointed out. Since Small Tower said that their branch had some relation to the Rock Palace, this heavenly venerate's abilities had to be strong enough. Otherwise, how could he have had relations with a Ninth Heaven Celestial King? There were 9 heavens in Celestial King tier, and every single step forwards was as difficult as ascending the heavens. How could that be a mere joke? Small Tower became silent again. After a while it finally said, stop blabbering nonsense and retrieve the heavenly Tao Jade quickly. If you want to know more, first you have to advance into the 5th severance and second, quickly advance your cultivation level. With your present strength, you would only be seeking your own death if you knew too many secrets. Fuck you, Tsundere Tower. Ling Han looked ahead. This place was covered with the regulations of the Great Tao, and aside from the race of dwarves that was of the same origins as the heavenly Tao Jade, other beings would be immediately crushed by the regulations of the Great Tao once they entered into this place. However, if Ling Han ignited the 9 heavens flame, that would be enough to oppose it. This similarly was a source power of heaven and earth. Strictly speaking, the heavenly Tao Jade was no longer a source power of heaven and earth. It had already evolved from being a source power of heaven and earth, and become a different object. Small Tower has said before that every elemental source power of heaven and earth could only be maintained at the apex number of 9, such as the 9 great ancestral flames. Before an ancestral flame had vanished, it was impossible for an ancestral flame to be born. But heavenly Tao Jade was different. There could be many of them because it was not a source power of heaven and earth. Refining the heavenly Tao Jade could not form the source power of earth inside one's body, and could only compensate for the regrets that one had experienced in the path of cultivation before, and open a path towards becoming a supreme monarch tier for a flawless emperor tier. Though this path would be a very, very narrow escape. Ling Han strode forwards. When he had gotten to a specific distance, the heavenly Tao Jade shone, and the light was so intense that it seemed like a sun. The ripple of regulations became even stronger, wanting to forcibly erase Ling Han. Unfortunately, this kind of power of regulation was removed from cultivation level, so Ling Han was completely able to use 9 heavens flame to resist it. Essentially, they were both source powers of heaven and earth, so neither was inferior to the other. Furthermore, if 9 heavens flame was not enough, he still had the Shenin source water. Ling Han did not draw upon the Shenin source water, because 9 heavens flame was enough to match it. However, his speed slowed down considerably. Still, he had finally managed to reach the stone pedestal. He stretched out a hand to grab the heavenly Tao Jade, which he then later stored into the Black Tower. Smoothly and without a hitch. Amazing. The whole mountain cave fluctuated, and a change that was indiscernible to the naked eye took place. Ling Han knew that from now onwards, it was impossible for the tribe of dwarves to be birthed from this place in future. The 2 infant dwarves that he was presently holding would be the last descendants of this tribe. He had to think of some way for them to blend in with the normal humans, marry and give birth to the next generation. Ling Han was confident that he could change the fates of these 2. Small tower, is this heavenly Tao Jade considered big or small? Ling Han asked, slightly anticipatory. He did not want to benefit alone from a treasure. It was best if the Empress could share the benefits with him. If possible, he also planned to bring a little for Hunyo. However, the Rock Palace was a supreme sect that even possessed natural peach seal, so perhaps they did not just have a single heavenly Tao Jade either. Small Tower humphed and said, "This heavenly Tao Jade is not to be used by 2 people." Ling Han was instantly extremely disappointed. "It is enough for 3 to use." Small Tower added. Chapter 1832, Who is the Bad Influence? 3 people. Ling Han was at first stunned, which was followed by great joy. This damn small tower actually caused him a moment of needless worry. After the pleasant surprise had passed, he couldn't help but feel curious and asked, "Didn't you say that the heavenly Tao Jade can only allow 2 people to refine it at most? If you think that 3 people is too many, you can throw away whatever's left," Small Tower said very shamelessly. "Fine then, it's your win." Ling Han shook his head as he headed back outside, each arm holding an infant. Actually, the infants of the race of dwarves were not small. They were basically the same size as the adult dwarves. Clearly they would not grow any further once they were born. "Is there any way for them to become normal humans?" Ling Han asked Small Tower. "You are truly ignorant," Small Tower scoffed. "The reason why this race is so small in build is because they do not cultivate. Once their cultivation level increases, their build would naturally grow bigger, so what need is there for you to worry about them?" Right, he was again looked down on. Ling Han rubbed his chin in self-reflection. Was there any time that he would not be looked down on by Small Tower? No, definitely not. This Tsundra Tower seemed to take joy in striking him down. He had really never seen this kind of precious tool. It was really too disrespectful to its master. Well, I'm so sorry," Small Tower said with a fake smile while using a tone that would incite irritation. Ling Han could confirm that Small Tower and the large black dog had to be bad friends. Even the way they threw out mocking remarks was similar. This also made him feel curious. Just what kind of character was the master of the Tower of 3 Realms to be able to create a tool spirit like Small Tower? Had the large black dog also been badly influenced by that person? Seeing Ling Han carry out 2 infants, both bewitching Maiden Ro and the Empress were surprised. "You had gone in to retrieve treasure, but why had you carried 2 little precious out?" Ling Han briefly explained the situation, and only then did the 2 women know that these were the last descendants of the race of dwarves. "Let's leave this place." The 3 of them went back in the direction they had come from, and this place had also completed its mission. Perhaps it would return to being ordinary not long after. Regarding the heavenly Tao Jade, Ling Han only told the Empress. This precious jade could be used by 3 people, and bewitching Maiden Ro had indeed shared in the tough and easy times with them, but to allow her to take a share in the heavenly Tao Jade just for that, Ling Han had to admit that he could not bring himself to do it. Their relations were not as good as that. Unfortunately, the heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden had not advanced into the severing mundane tier yet. Otherwise, she could use the heavenly Tao Jade as foundation to make up for the previous imperfections. Then, even if she did not strike the heaven and earth, she would be able to forcibly reverse the circumstances. For the heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden to take this step, she would need at least 100 million years at least. Even if Ling Han gave her celestial medicines to consume every day, it could not possibly shrink down the time too much. The step from mortality to immortality was really too hard. It was the true deciding factor that would differentiate king tiers, prodigies and normal people. A day later they had arrived at the Ascending Dragon Palace. There was nothing stopping their way. They exited the palace and that massive volcano once again appeared ahead of them. Black smoke was wafting from it, and the smell of sulfur was everywhere in the air around them. The 2 infants had naturally been sent into the Black Tower. Coincidentally, the heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was very bored, so giving her 2 babies to take care of would help her pass some time. "I will definitely repay your life-saving debt," bewitching Maiden Ro said to Ling Han, slightly indignant. This guy actually ignored her charms their whole way here, causing her to doubt herself. Was she really a great bewitching maiden that would cause chaos in the world? However, Ling Han was too dangerous. Not only had he killed the descendants of 2 celestial king-tier forces, most importantly, witnesses were left alive after that. She did not dare to mingle too closely with Ling Han, or she too would be attacked. If a celestial king-tier force made a move, what was the purity sect worth? Thus, she definitely had to draw a clear dividing line. Ling Han smiled slightly and casually tossed a jade vial over. Bewitching Maiden Ro caught it and asked, "What is this?" "Tea leaves," Ling Han replied casually, and wrapped an arm around the Empress's slender waist as they continued onwards. The Empress meanwhile was a little displeased. That was a 9 revolutions charm physique, and her husband should have snatched her over as his bed partner so that he could increase his cultivation level. Why should she be allowed to benefit another? But since Ling Han was so insistent, she was not willing to resist Ling Han's wishes either. In any case, the lifespan of a cultivator was prolonged, and there would come a chance eventually even if bewitching Maiden Ro really did marry, couldn't they still kidnap the bride? She thought without the slightest concern. There was nothing that she dared not do in this world. So what if it was a celestial king? Sooner or later she too would be able to ascend to this cultivation level, and challenge all the strongest in this world. Bewitching Maiden Ro almost smashed the vial in her hand into the back of Ling Han's head. Though she admitted that Ling Han had saved her life, she had also helped Ling Han and the Empress afterwards. No matter what, it could be considered they had stuck together in hard times, and now they had obtained some kind of precious treasures, but actually used a vial of tea leaves to dismiss her. How could anyone do that? However, she ultimately did not throw it. If she did, wouldn't it be a bigger loss to her? She would really end up completely empty-handed. Just wait, she would immediately steep these tea leaves, and then drink the tea down in front of Ling Han to vent her ire. She only had to open the lid of the vial, and she would realize how very precious this vial of tea leaves was. They were tea leaves that had been sprouted from the mother tree of the heaven and earth. Though its effects were slightly weaker at present, it was definitely a precious treasure to any severing mundane tear. Ling Han had no intention to clarify matters. From a certain aspect he was also mischievous. He and the Empress advanced towards that gigantic volcano. With the 9 heavens flame and flame control technique Ling Han had grasped, not only did he want to obtain even more blood dragon stones, he also had a sliver of curiosity. Just what kind of story did that celestial king have? Because it had taken a long amount of time for him to retrieve the heavenly Tao Jade, Ling Han and the Empress were seriously left behind. They could not see a single person in their surroundings, and the blood dragon stones along their way had naturally all been collected by others. It was practically impossible for any to be left. Ling Han and the Empress did not have that in mind either. Their target was that volcano and they were resolute to do something big. Bewitching Maiden Ro did not fall too far behind them because she too wanted to go to that volcano. The reason was very simple. She too had cultivated the flame control technique. However, because she did not have the Black Tower, the time she had cultivated for was naturally short, and her grasp of the flame control technique was far from being comparable to that of Ling Han and the Empress. But even so, she was still able to advance much further than others. One could not just walk around here completely unreserved even with the blood dragon armor. The closer one got to the volcano, the more frightening the fire element of heaven and earth would be. Even the blood dragon armor could not fully protect them. After over a dozen days they arrived at a canyon. This was the area that was closest to the volcano. If they went on further, even the blood dragon armor would melt. This canyon was astonishingly huge. It was said that this was also a very precious site. Among the areas that everyone could enter, the blood dragon stones in this canyon numbered the most. Most people would stay a good few years here and search for blood dragon stones every day. Moreover, the canyon was also a natural barrier. There was an underground stream here which effectively decreased the invasion of fire element, largely extending the lifespan of the blood dragon armor. Thus, even if a considerable number of people would search for blood dragon stones outside the canyon, they would still come back here every once in a while so that their blood dragon armor could rest for a while. When Ling Han and the Empress arrived at this canyon, they saw that this place was like a marketplace, and there were extraordinarily many people here. As they entered into the canyon, a group of 5 just happened to walk out of the canyon. And both sides paused. That was because those 5 people just happened to be Fu Gaoyun and his followers, as well as Fu Xiaoyun and Sidu Xiaojun. Chapter 1833, Revenge. Be Brother Ling? Fu Gaoyun looked at Ling Han, his expression very strange. To say nothing of him, the expressions on Qing Zhong and the others' faces weren't much better either. That was because Ling Han's head was presently completely bald. He had lost even his brows. That appearance naturally was very disharmonious no matter how they looked. Ling Han rubbed his bald head and gritted his teeth. He had forgotten about this and now? Great, his image was completely ruined. Hee, how are your profits? He asked, changing the topic. Brat Ling, is your A***** all right? Sidu Xiaojun asked with some concern. Ling Han almost threw up a mouthful of blood. Only my head has gone bald, so why are you so concerned about my A*****? Do the two have any relation between them? What kind of leaping thought process do you have here? Fu Xiaoyun could only flush bright red and pretend she had not heard. She really was completely helpless about this Situ Xiaojun whose thoughts were filthy to the extreme. Thankfully, Fu Gaoyun piped up at the right moment and said, "Not too bad. The volcanic eruption this time was extremely ferocious, and there are more blood dragon stones than the previous few times. Our luck wasn't too bad, we encountered a bountiful year." Ling Han, why have you arrived only now? Qing Zhong asked. Though the two of them had already clarified their relationship, seeing Fu Gaoyun being so cordial, he could only open his mouth and show some concern. Ling Han smiled and said, I was held back by some matters. He had no intention of showing off. Immediately, Qing Zhong's expression became prideful. Even traveling here was a bumpy road for you? You were really quite inferior. Isn't this Ling Han? Another voice rang out and Bei Xianming walked over, his arms crossed behind his back. Meanwhile, a few people tailed behind him, and one of them stood out the most, seeming like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. Though Bei Xianming was a holy son, and was furthermore clearly the leader of these few people, his limelight was completely stolen by this person. He was a fourth Severance Peak stage and had settled in this cultivation level for who knew how many years, tempering his battle prowess to an incredibly frightening extent, and only then could he show off so much strength. How outrageously bold. Having offended the heiress of a celestial king-tier clan, you actually still dare to appear so bravely here. I really have no idea where your courage comes from. Bei Xuanming's expression was filled with mockery. He had been waiting a very long time for this day to come. Ling Han looked at him as if he was looking at a clown. Do you want to know just how bold I can be? Foolish clown, you won't be able to make trouble for too many days more. Once Celestial Maiden Zai encounters you, she will definitely take your life. Bei Xianming scoffed, then swept his eyes over Fu Xiaoyun and said, Fu Xiaoyun, you gave me up just for the sake of this piece of trash? Are you regretting it now? Fu Xiaoyun's expression was filled with disdain. The reason why she was not willing to marry Bei Xianming was not because she had fallen for another, but purely because she had seen through the true character of Bei Xianming. He was the type to avenge every slightest fault, and did not have any tolerance at all. How could this kind of man be worthy of her? She didn't bother to pay him any attention either. She only pursed her lips slightly, and pretended that this person in front of her was empty air. Bei Xianming couldn't help but feel his anger rise when he was given the cold shoulder, but being wary of Fu Gaoyun, he did not make a move. However, Fu Gaoyun had given all the slots of entry to his subordinates, and actually did not bring an elite with him. This was really too stupid. Bei Xianming turned around and asked that showy person, Shaolin, are you getting an itch in your fists? The person broke into a grin and asked, Whom does Lord Holy Sun want me to thrash? There, those few of them. Bei Xianming pointed in the direction of Fu Gaoyun. This ex-brother-in-law of his had always looked down on him, and he had worked earnestly on gaining his favor for nothing. And now, since the betrothal was over in any case, he should teach him a harsh lesson and vent his anger. Revenge? Had to say nothing of the fact that he would not enter into the Fu clan's territory after this at all, even if they would occasionally have relations, with the prestige of the lunar sect. What could the Fu clan do to him? It was fine as long as there was no fatality. That showy person's name was He Shaolin. He looked towards Fu Gaoyun with a slightly disdainful smile and said, You all can join forces against me. It will save me some energy as I can deal with all of you in one go. Fu Gaoyun and the others were furious. However, the Fu clan itself had this kind of strange genius. They clearly knew how formidable this kind of strange genius could be, so how could they dare to seek their own humiliation? They all forcibly suppressed their anger. Who asked Fu Gaoyun not to have brought a single strange genius of this sort with him to save on the entry places? What is it? You don't dare to even make your move? He Shaolin scoffed with a disdainful grin. And you call yourself an heir of the Fu clan. You are practically a spineless coward. You are a fourth Severance Peak stage and you can actually bring yourself to challenge us like this? Fu Xiaoyun couldn't bear having her brother be mocked like this, and stretched out a hand to rebuke him. Weak is weak, what excuse is there to be found? Yi Shaolin asked coldly. Could it be that cultivation was thrown down by the gods on him? It was he himself that had cultivated with much toil and difficulty. Fu Gaoyun lowered his hand in a pressing motion, signaling to his sister not to be rash. He darkly declared, I will admit defeat this time. In the outside world, who would really have a just battle with you? Power was might. Who asked Bei Xianming to have the might now? Let's go. He waved a hand, planning to leave with his party. What is it? Planning to leave with just a few words? Bei Xianming couldn't help but smirk coldly. Don't you know the rules? Since you have admitted defeat, you have to leave something behind. Fu Gaoyun gritted his teeth and raised his right hand. He slashed down with a palm strike and blood spattered in all directions. His left arm had been severed. Brother? Fu Xiaoyun exclaimed in shock. Yet Fu Gaoyun did not even cast a look at her, and only set his eyes on Bei Xianming. Is that enough? Bei Xianming laughed loudly. This idiot. Previously he had curried favor with him and he had not cared for it. And now, he had finally suffered the consequences of his own actions. However, did he think that that was the end of the matter? Since Bei Xianming had started this matter, it was natural that courage had given rise to his evil intentions. He coldly declared, not enough. This time even Qing Zhong and the others felt unbridled fury. He said it was not enough even with having one arm severed? Then what more did he want? Bei Xianming set his eyes on Fu Xiaoyun, and his lips quirked, showing a vicious expression. Fu Xiaoyun, the reason for this scene today is all because of you. Since that is the case, whoever started the trouble should end it. What do you want? Fu Xiaoyun bit her lip tightly. Take off your clothes, Bei Xianming stated calmly. Let everyone admire your beautiful figure. He had already dismissed the thought of marrying Fu Xiaoyun, and once a man was intent on revenge, he would sometimes be even more malicious than any woman, and Bei Xianming was precisely that kind of man. Fu Xiaoyun's face instantly turned pale. To be completely naked in public, what face would she have to see others in future? Even if she eventually became a celestial king in future, this would become a humiliation that would never be erased. Sidu Xiaozhen was the first to lose control and immediately leaped out and said, Are you still a man? Come on then, if you have the guts, come and rape me, see if I won't squeeze you to death. At first, Ling Han planned to make a move to get them out of the dilemma, but hearing such formidable words from her, the muscle in his cheek involuntarily twitched madly. Thankfully old Sidu Tang was not here. Otherwise, if he had heard these words, he would probably spit out a mouthful of blood, killed by his towering fury. Even Bei Xianming gritted his teeth. Even if someone gave him courage, he would not dare to rape the granddaughter of a 3-star alchemist. He waved a hand and said, Shaolin, since Miss Fu is unwilling to save her brother, then just beat them all into submission. Understood, Lord Holy Sun. Yi Shaolin slightly bowed. He knew that Bei Xianming's future accomplishments would definitely be above his, and thus displayed much respect. Then he turned a sinister look on Fu Gaoyun and his group. Chapter 1834, Audacious. Yi Shaolin wasn't a king tier, so he more so desired to crush king tiers under his feet. This could be regarded as the most mesmerizing sensation in the world. His expression was haughty as he gazed at Fu Gaoyun, and he would definitely crush Fu Gaoyun's face under his feet today. Even if Fu Gaoyun became a dividing soul tier elite or even immortal palace tier elite in the future, he still wouldn't be able to wash away the humiliation of today. My horizons have been broadened again today. I've finally witnessed the true meaning of shamelessness and having no bottom line, Ling Han said with a shake of his head. He then calmly strode forward. The Empress stood behind him and clasped her hands behind her back. She couldn't be bothered dealing with such trash. Ling Han, there's no need to hurry, it's not your turn yet, Bei Xianming said with a sneer. Did Ling Han think that he would forgive him? How naive. But I'm already getting impatient, Ling Han said as he continued to advance. He wasn't interested in watching Bei Xianming's deplorable performance. Moreover, even though he had already cut off all ties with Fu Gaoyun, he had still received many benefits from him after all. At the very least, the Empress Blood Dragon armor had been given to her by Fu Gaoyun. In addition, Fu Gaoyun was also a fairly decent person. "Halt!" a man shouted as he dashed over from behind Bei Xianming. He raised a fist and swung it toward Ling Han. Since an underling was present, their master naturally wouldn't need to step forward. Otherwise, what would such an underling be for? Boom. The fist swung over with an astonishing might, drawing on the power of the great Tao and forming numerous symbols in the air. This was a third Severance elite who had already reached the peak stage. In reality, his battle prowess was even superior to that of Bei Xianming. He was only weaker than He Shaolin. This punch yearned to brutally crush Ling Han. Ling Han instantly replied with a strike of his own. No one saw how he achieved it, but with a casual move, he instantly grabbed the man's wrist and forcefully stopped him in his tracks. Bei Xuanming's jaw dropped in astonishment. Ling Han was only at the first Severance, so he hadn't imagined that he would be powerful enough to rival a third Severance elite, regardless of how freakish he was. However, Ling Han's action instantly gave him a slap across the face. Third Severance. Ling Han is actually at the third Severance. How is this possible? How many days have passed? Yet he's already advanced from the first Severance to the third Severance? He's already surpassed my cultivation level? How can such a thing have occurred? Does pummeling people feel good? Ling Han asked the man before him. His expression was eerily calm. The man was almost about to wet his pants in fright. He didn't know how to answer this question. Pa. Ling Han grabbed the man's hand and swung it toward his face. Pa. Does it feel good? Does it feel good? With each time he repeated this question, he would use the man's very own hand to slap him. The man's face became bruised and battered, yet Ling Han didn't look like stopping at all. It wasn't long before blood started to spray into the air. After that, it was broken flesh and shattered teeth that flew through the air. At this moment, even the man's bones had become visible. This was a bloody and brutal sight. However, Ling Han felt absolutely no sympathy. After all, this man had clearly yearned to crush him to death. If it weren't for his insane cultivation speed, and if he weren't an emperor tier, whom could he have complained to if he were beaten to death? Stop! Bei Xianming roared. He had no option but to roar. His underling was being beaten to death, so who would still agree to serve him if he didn't express his displeasure at this moment? However, would Ling Han listen to him? Pa. Ling Han continued to force the man to slap himself. At the same time, he started to drag him toward Bei Xianming. There was a murderous aura in his eyes, and it was clear that Bei Xianming was his next target. Shaolin! Bei Xianming hurriedly exclaimed. He Shaolin nodded in reply. He then leaped over with a cold sneer and said, Third Severance King tier? Before me you're nothing but trash. King tiers were only invincible among those at the same cultivation level. Right now, He Shaolin possessed an advantage of one minor level, and he had more so tempered himself at the peak stage of the fourth Severance for countless hundreds of millions of years. As such, his battle prowess could completely rival that of King tiers. That being the case, how could he not feel a sense of superiority? Ling Han dragged the collapsed man toward He Shaolin. He didn't speak, and in his eyes, it was as if He Shaolin were nothing more than a puff of air. He didn't need to pay any attention to him at all. How arrogant! He Shaolin said with a cold humph. He raised his right hand and struck at Ling Han's face. You like to slap people, yeah? Then have a taste of being slapped yourself. Pa. Ling Han raised a hand and grabbed He Shaolin's wrist. He Shaolin's expression instantly froze. How is this possible? Bei Xianming was also struck with shock and disbelief. In his eyes, He Shaolin was powerful enough to rival holy sons and holy daughters at the peak stage of the fourth Severance. Yet, his wrist had actually been caught by Ling Han. It was as if there existed a huge gulf between their battle prowess. You also want to feel good, hey? Ling Han said in a calm voice. He raised He Shaolin's hand and swung it toward his face. He Shaolin hurriedly unleashed his full power to resist. However, he was completely unable to rival Ling Han's overwhelming power. Pa. A stinging pain instantly traveled across his face. Tears of pain flowed from his eyes. These were tears of pain, yet they were also tears of humiliation. He was being slapped before so many people, so how could he endure this? Ling Han flicked his hands. Pa. He Shaolin and the man were thrown before Bei Xianming's feet. Their arms and legs were spread, and they had already lost their consciousness. Bei Xianming involuntarily took a step back. There was shock and fear on his face. Just like how Fu Gaoyun couldn't find any reinforcements here, he couldn't either. Although he wasn't the only holy son of the lunar sect who had entered this mystery realm, the relationship between holy sons was that of competition and rivalry. Thus, how could he seek their help in his own personal matters? Firstly, he couldn't bear the humiliation of asking them for help. Secondly, asking them for help would only cause him to become a joke. As such, he now felt just as helpless as Fu Gaoyun had felt just then. Bei Xianming gritted his teeth and said, "I admit defeat." The veins in his forehead were bulging. After saying this, he commanded his underlings to help He Shaolin and the man up. Perhaps he couldn't defeat Ling Han, but he could still choose to flee, couldn't he? Ling Han humphed and said, "You want to leave just like that? What do you want?" Bei Xianming asked in a solemn voice. He also knew that he had to pay a price for his actions. Ling Han grinned and said, "Just then, didn't you say that I should behave humbly and obediently because I offended the Ziyun clan? Let me tell you something. I already killed Zai Bingyun a few days ago." 1. Bei Xianming felt a huge and deafening tremor in his mind, and he almost fainted in shock. Lies. This is definitely a lie. If Ling Han only offended Zai Bingyun, the Zai clan definitely wouldn't hunt him at all costs even if they decided to target him. If he killed Zai Bingyun, however, the situation would become completely different. Who could humiliate a celestial king tier force? At that time, perhaps everyone here would have to die alongside Ling Han. Bei Xianming shivered in fear, and he couldn't help but think that Ling Han was a madman. Or perhaps he was lying and playing a pointless prank. "Why, you're definitely spewing bullsh*t. Ling Han smiled and said, "You think I have the time and effort to joke around with you? Didn't you call me arrogant and audacious? I'm simply showing you just how arrogant and audacious I am." Shio. With a snap of his fingers, a burst of sword light pierced through Bei Xuanming's forehead and exited through the back of his skull. Pa. Bei Xuanming's legs weakened, and he instantly fell onto his knees. At the same time, life drained from his eyes. Meanwhile, Fu Gaoyun and the others went completely numb with fear. At this moment, Fu Gaoyun also recalled a question that Ling Han had asked him in the past. He had asked whether or not he was allowed to kill Bei Xianming. Back then, Fu Gaoyun had only treated this question as a joke. Thinking back now, it was clear that Ling Han had already developed killing intent toward Bei Xianming back then. He was far too audacious. Chapter 1835, Big Trouble. Now that he had killed Bei Xianming, would the lunar sect be willing to let things slide? To say nothing of his friendly relationship with two 3-star alchemists, the lunar sect would decide to kill him even if he were a grandson of one of the alchemists. One could indeed act with arrogance and haughtiness if they had the support of a 3-star alchemist. However, they couldn't act as they pleased. After all, alchemists only enjoyed such a lofty status because they were supported by cultivators. In other words, cultivators could choose to give them face, yet they could also choose not to give them face. In this world, power was the ultimate deciding factor. Ling Han. Fu Gaoyun and the others exclaimed in a shaky voice. Their faces were green with dread. Ling Han glanced at them and asked, What's the matter?" Upon seeing their extremely anxious expressions, he finally came to a sudden realization. "Oh, don't worry, everything's fine. This isn't the first holy son of the lunar sect that I've killed. There was also another one. What was his name again?" Ling Han frowned and thought. If Nangong Ting could still see after his death, he definitely wouldn't be able to close his eyes in peace. He was the holy son of a 3-star force, yet Ling Han had even forgotten his name. Puh. Fu Gaoyun and the others choked and spluttered upon hearing this. Not only were they not reassured, but they even started to feel more tense and anxious. "You killed another holy son of the lunar sect." Gasp. Currently, the lunar sect only had 2 holy sons who were at the severing mundane tier. One was Bei Xianming and the other was Nangong Ting. Brother Ling, was that person called Nangong Ting? Fu Gaoyun asked with a sliver of hope that the answer would be negative. Ling Han clapped his hands with a smile and said, "Yes, it was him." Fuck. Fu Gaoyun and the others cursed in their minds. They then stared at Ling Han with a dazed expression. They didn't know how to describe this person. Could he be any more ferocious? "Oh, by the way, I genuinely killed Zai Bingyun. I wasn't joking," Ling Han said with a smile. His actions had been witnessed by Lin Fang and the others, so it was already impossible for him to keep it a secret anyway. Thus he chose to confidently admit it. He had indeed killed Zai Bingyun. Moreover, he had done so with a clear conscience. If they had only been shocked just then, Fu Gaoyun and the others were completely terrified now. Who was Zai Bingyun? She was the successor of the Zai clan, a prodigy among prodigies and a king tier among king tiers. She was a supreme elite who had severed heaven and earth. Only celestial king tier forces could raise such an emperor tier prodigy. Moreover, only very few of these prodigies existed. Yet she had actually been killed by Ling Han? See, could he cause any more trouble? Ling Han grinned and continued, "Oh, that's right. I also killed Luo Changfeng as well." Fu Gaoyun and the others instantly collapsed to the ground. Holy fuck. Ling Han chuckled and said, "I've caused quite a lot of trouble, so there's no need for you guys to follow me too closely. Otherwise, some people might consider you as my accomplice. All right, till fate brings us together again." Fu Gaoyun gazed at Ling Han for a long time before saying, "Brother Ling, I genuinely can't tell how far you'll walk in the future." He felt like his goal of becoming the clan leader of a 3-star force was already a lofty one. After all, this was a 3-star force. However, compared to Ling Han, he had already killed the successors of 2 celestial king tier forces, and it was inevitable that he would be relentlessly hunted by the Zai clan and the Thundercloud Palace. Just Ling Han's troublemaking ability alone was already enough to render him speechless and stunned. "Gaoyun, let's go," Xingzhong said in an urgent voice. Although he was stunned by Ling Han's actions, he didn't want anything to do with him at all. After all, the celestial king tier forces wouldn't care about how many people they targeted when they unleashed their vengeance. He didn't want to be caught up in their revenge. Fu Gaoyun sighed with emotion before nodding at Ling Han and leaving the canyon. The others also left with him. When passing Ling Han, Fu Xiaoyun couldn't help but steal a few glances at him. Her heart fluttered slightly. Just as Bei Xianming had said, if Ling Han had remained at the Fu clan, it would have been completely possible that they might have become a couple. However, it was a shame that this was completely impossible now. Even if she were willing, the Fu clan definitely wouldn't be willing. If they became involved in a celestial king tier force's act of revenge, their only fate would be death and destruction. "Abandon your unrealistic thoughts," the Empress said coldly. Such an indecisive woman wanted to become her sister? She wasn't worthy. Fu Xiaoyun was feeling extremely unwilling as she glanced at the Empress, yet she was immediately rendered speechless by her stunning beauty. The others also noticed the Empress at this moment, and they were also mesmerized by her breathtaking beauty. The Empress waved her hand and said, "Piss off." Pung pung pung. They were instantly sent flying by the Empress. They didn't even dare to support Ling Han, so how could they be worthy of becoming his friends? Only Situ Xiaojun was spared from this. Her reaction was much more composed, and even though she also stole a few extra glances at the Empress, she quickly came to her senses. She looked toward Ling Han and asked, "Is your A*S truly okay?" "Fuck. What's up with your thought process? You're still hung up on this?" "It's as good as can be. There's no need for you to worry." Ling Han was completely helpless against this filth queen. "Oh," Situ Xiaojun nodded in reply. However, there was disappointment on her face, and it was clear that she had hoped to hear a bloody and brutal story. After Fu Gaoyun and the others left, Ling Han swept his cold gaze across He Shaolin and his companions. However, he decided not to kill them. Instead, he simply crippled their cultivation. This would cause them to lose all of their cultivation in a few years, at which time they would become ordinary people. With this done, he held hands with the Empress and walked into the canyon. In no time, news of him killing Bei Xianming had already spread far and wide. In fact, there were even rumors of him killing Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng. However, because they hadn't witnessed it, most people naturally chose not to believe this. In any case, was it that easy to kill the successors of celestial king tier forces? The veracity of the former piece of news was confirmed, yet the veracity of the latter pieces wasn't. However, these rumors spread through the mystery realm at an incredible rate. Even so, no one dared to provoke Ling Han and the Empress anymore. To say nothing else, just his act of killing Bei Xianming was already reason enough for others not to provoke him. Although Bei Xianming wasn't powerful, there had been a powerful cultivator beside him. Yet he had still been killed by Ling Han. As such, Ling Han was not only courageous, but he was also astonishingly powerful. Who would dare to provoke such a person? Moreover, what if Ling Han had genuinely killed Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng? If that were true, would he be afraid to kill a few more people? Wherever Ling Han passed, People would avoid him as if he were the plague. Even the Empress' stunning beauty couldn't tempt them into taking risks. Given a choice between a stunning beauty and their life, most people would choose to keep the latter. After all, they hadn't cultivated for hundreds of millions of years for the sake of women. However, there were always those who believed that they were an exception. They believed that as long as they had an advantage in numbers, and as long as they launched a sneak attack, they would have a chance to defeat and kill Ling Han. At that time, they would be able to use his corpse to seek rewards from the lunar sect. If Ling Han had genuinely killed Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng, they would naturally have been able to obtain even richer rewards and greater fame. Moreover, they would also be able to obtain the breathtakingly beautiful Empress as loot. This was naturally an enticing thought. There was strength in numbers and enough ants could bite an elephant to death. Moreover, they were all powerful cultivators who were far more powerful than ants. At the very least they could be regarded as wolves. A pack of wolves could kill a tiger. What did it matter that the tiger was the king of beasts? These cultivators contacted each other, and encouraged more people to join their ranks. Surprisingly, a portion of people were indeed persuaded by their proposal. There was a surge of undercurrents and a great number of invisible sword projections were already entangled and clashing. Chapter 1836. Ling Han again. Ling Han stayed in the canyon for a day, taking a short rest. He had obtained a great amount of loot, and he had spent the entire day looking over it. For example, there was godly metal for his divine demon sword. Apart from obtaining a huge pile of pseudo-divine metal from Chen Zhaoyang, he had also obtained a huge amount from Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng. As the successors of powerful sects, they were all astoundingly wealthy. After feeding all of this pseudo-divine metal to his divine demon sword, this future celestial tool advanced to become a 2-star pseudo-celestial tool. It was almost 30% of the way to becoming a genuine celestial tool. Ling Han was extremely satisfied. The divine demon sword had surpassed his cultivation level again, and it was now able to rival elites at the Yin Soul and the Yang Soul. However, it was a shame that it could only rival them in terms of toughness. This was because his cultivation level was still too low, which meant that he was unable to imbue the divine demon sword with higher level regulations. As such, its might was partially restricted. However, this didn't matter. Everything would be resolved once he advanced to a suitable cultivation level. Ling Han also refined the tree heart of the white demon tree, obtaining a wisp of murderous aura in the process. This murderous aura was built upon the regulation of slaughter, and in terms of destructive ability alone, it was even more impressive than most weapons. In reality, everyone possessed a murderous aura. However, this aura was often uncontrollable. After cultivating the regulation of slaughter, however, one would be able to actively control this murderous aura. In fact, they would even be able to control the murderous aura of others. The stronger one's murderous aura, the more powerful their battle prowess would become. This was a typical case of nurturing oneself through battle, and becoming more and more ferocious through combat. The next day, Ling Han decided to set off for the final region of the volcano with the Empress. He wanted to explore the depths of this mystery realm. When they exited the canyon, however, they realized that it had suddenly become lively and boisterous. As it turned out, bewitching Maiden Ro had arrived. This seductive beauty from the Purity sect was extremely alluring and charming, with each of her actions overflowing with beauty and elegance. Countless men were enchanted by her beauty, and those who had weaker resolve were already drooling with lust. Bewitching Maiden Ro also noticed Ling Han and the Empress, and she couldn't help but grimace upon seeing them. She had naturally consumed the reincarnation tea. Moreover, because she had been angry, she had used all of the tea leaves at once. Afterward, she had fallen into inconsolable regret. That was definitely celestial tea. Although it wouldn't help one comprehend regulations, it would definitely help one comprehend the great Tao. A single dream would last for eons, and this was naturally as impressive as could be. You bastard! You gave me such a valuable treasure, yet you didn't tell me about its unique properties? You caused me to waste almost all of it. I truly want to bite you to death, you bastard! Bewitching Maiden Ro truly wanted to leap over and bite Ling Han. However, she forcefully suppressed her urge upon remembering that he was currently surrounded by trouble. If she leaped over, it was extremely likely that she would also become caught up in his mess. Ling Han couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing this. He then held hands with the Empress and walked away. However, after taking just a few steps, the earth beneath them suddenly erupted. 3 people shot out, and the weapons in their hands gleamed with a cold and murderous aura as they slashed and stabbed at Ling Han. At the same time, the boulders in the surroundings also disappeared in unison. At least 10 people leaped out and charged at Ling Han. People were charging over from everywhere, and they left Ling Han no path of escape. Ling Han was slightly astonished. He wasn't astonished about being attacked, but he was instead astonished about his enemy's concealment techniques. He hadn't detected them at all. This kind of concealment technique was fairly impressive. While he was praising their concealment technique, the attacks of his enemies had already arrived. Bewitching Maiden Ro was astonished, and she felt an urge to step forward and help Ling Han. However, upon recalling his freakish power, she immediately abandoned this thought. She had personally witnessed Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng combusting their divine fetus at that time. Even so, they still hadn't been able to defeat Ling Han. Could these dozen or so people rival the battle prowess of Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng? Their attacks landed, and the divine light of regulations burst through the air, triggering a gigantic explosion that caused the entire earth to tremor. In the distance, everyone was astonished by this sudden sneak attack, and they all turned around to spectate the battle. Ling Han was being attacked by so many people, and several of them were even king tiers. He was definitely going to be killed. Who told him to be so flagrant and eye-catching? When the divine light of regulations vanished, they saw that Ling Han and the Empress were still standing there as if nothing had even happened. They were completely unscathed, and there wasn't even a single sign of battle on their bodies. This? Shocked, one of the assailants couldn't help but exclaim, "Impossible!" Even if Ling Han was capable of blocking all of their attacks, he shouldn't have been able to do so with such ease. Ling Han had naturally activated the banishing technique on himself and the Empress. With his current strength, his separate dimension naturally couldn't be shattered by such trash. Ling Han glanced at that person and said, "How can you trash understand my true power?" With a single punch, he smashed that person into a cloud of broken flesh and blood. Upon seeing this, all of his remaining assailants became pale with fright. They hurriedly turned around to flee. There were a dozen or so of them, yet there was only a single Ling Han. As such, he would only be able to catch up to 1 or 2 of them at most. However, they were far too naive. Whoosh! With a humph, the Empress summoned 10 battle beasts, each of which roared as they lunged toward an assailant. These battle beasts were terrifying, and they viciously incinerated one of the assailants, turning him into ashes in no time. The spectators almost wet their pants in fright. This couple was far too powerful, no? Ling Han also launched a casual attack, with an arc of lightning easily disposing of all of the remaining assailants. He then clapped his hands with a calm expression before holding the Empress' hand and walking away. It was as if nothing had happened just then. The spectators exchanged astonished glances with each other. They were speechless with shock. After a brief moment, they finally broke into spirited discussions, sighing with emotion as they discussed Ling Han's and the Empress's overwhelming power. Of course, some of them were also admiring the Empress' breathtaking beauty. Humph! So what if he's freakish? He's killed Bei Xianming, so he'll definitely be killed by the lunar sect when he leaves the mystery realm. Someone said with jealousy and hate. So be it if Ling Han were powerful, yet he even had such a stunningly beautiful wife. Was there still justice in the world? He had obtained all of the benefits in the entire world. Indeed, does he truly think that he can pat his behind and leave after killing the holy son of a 3-star force? There was more than one person who was filled with jealousy and hate. When we leave, don't forget to inform the lunar sect of these matters, someone said. As a spectator, they weren't afraid of things exploding out of control. Many people chuckled upon hearing this. Ling Han was supremely powerful, so much so that they could barely breathe in his presence. Thus, they naturally viewed him as a thorn in their side. Although Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng were also insanely powerful, they were the successors of celestial king-tier forces. In other words, they were beings that they could only look up to. They didn't dare to feel jealousy or hatred toward them. However, who was Ling Han? He was a measly subordinate of a 3-star force. As such, how could his status surpass that of holy sons and holy daughters? Xiao xiao xiao. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly descended from the sky. They were none other than Lin Fang, Teng Sen and Wei Nian. Celestial Maiden Lin. Brother Teng. Brother Wei. Everyone hurriedly greeted them with respect. These three individuals were all holy sons and holy daughters, and they were more so extremely talented cultivators. Otherwise, they couldn't have passed the examination in the Ascending Dragon Palace while the others all failed. "Why have you three only arrived now?" a holy son asked. Lin Fang pondered for a moment before saying, "It was because of Ling Han, of course." Ling Han again. Everyone faltered upon hearing this. Chapter 1837. Background of the Large Black Dog. What did Ling Han do? They all asked in curiosity. Lin Fang glanced at bewitching Maiden Ro before replying, "Ling Han didn't only kill Bei Xianming. He also killed Beiyu Xiong Chenjiao Tian." She reeled off a long list of names, each of which corresponded to the holy son, holy daughter, or successor of a three-star sect or three-star clan. This. Everyone was transfixed with shock and disbelief upon hearing this. At the same time, cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. That Ling Han was an absolute demon. How many king tiers had he already killed? Fortunately, he hadn't gone on a rampage just then. However, everyone was also feeling extremely puzzled. How would Ling Han escape after exiting the mystery realm? With so many three-star forces targeting him, could Ling Han escape death? Why did he insist on acting so wantonly? Lin Fang didn't reveal the news of Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng being killed by Ling Han. This was because she, along with Teng Sen and Wei Nian, wanted to personally report this news. Although they would have to face the wrath of the Celestial King tier forces, they would also be able to make some connections with them. Everyone shook their head upon hearing this. It was inevitable that Ling Han would be killed. Perhaps the Fu clan could rival the Lunar sect, but what about all of the other three-star forces? As such, Ling Han wouldn't be able to escape death. Ling Han and the Empress exited the canyon, and entered a land that no one could enter. Ling Han was still feeling fine, yet the Empress had to channel the flame control technique. Otherwise, she would be instantly incinerated by the fire particles in this region. After arriving here, Ling Han's nine heavens flame started to pulsate in excitement, and it was as if it wanted to leap out from his dantian. Ling Han humphed upon detecting this. Regardless of what relationship this nine heavens flame had with the celestial king of this place before, it was now a source power that belonged to him. As such, it could only listen to his commands. Otherwise, he would rather abandon it than keep it in his body. After all, what use was a disobedient power? Moreover, this was a power that resided in his body. If it went wild, that would lead to unimaginable consequences. The nine heavens flame instantly calmed down and became obedient. Like a scolded child, it even expressed a feeling of grievance. However, Ling Han was completely unfazed. When it came to matters that affected his power, he definitely had to make sure that there were no risks and mistakes. Several hours passed and they had already reached the foot of the volcano. Along the way they had also obtained a huge number of blood dragon stones. This was because no one else could venture into this area. As such, their yield was naturally very impressive. This was an accumulation of hundreds of millions of years, and it could be said that they would obtain a blood dragon stone each time they bent down. They didn't need to explicitly look for them at all. Their yield was bountiful, and bewitching Maiden Ro was also having a great time picking up blood dragon stones in the outer regions behind them. She couldn't reach the same depth as Ling Han and the Empress, yet she could still venture further than all of the other people. As such, her yield was naturally very impressive as well. Bewitching Maiden Ro's eyes were filled with curiosity as she watched Ling Han and the Empress disappear from her sight. What would they find in that volcano? When the mystery realm returned to a state of wild chaos, how would they flee from the clutches of the three-star forces? Once news of his actions spread, almost half of the forces would target Ling Han and yearn for his death. Among these forces, there were even two Celestial King tier forces. Although you two are freakish, with one of you being at the third severance and the other at the second severance, I can't think of any way for you to flee from the grasp of these forces. Ling Han and the Empress started to climb the volcano. There was no path here, yet this naturally couldn't hold them back. They climbed the volcano with their hands and feet. Flying wasn't an option, as the volcano was surrounded by a chaotic aura that could easily kill anyone who came into contact with it. The erupting volcano could only suppress this chaotic aura. However, there would still be remnants of this deadly aura swirling around the volcano. Little Han. Hi, Little Han. Someone behind them shouted in an enthusiastic voice. They turned around only to see the large black dog quickly bounding over. He was only using his hind legs, yet his speed was still astonishingly quick. It wasn't long before he caught up to Ling Han and the Empress. Ling Han was astonished and he asked, "Why have you come over here?" "Grandpa Dog is about to embark on a long journey, so I especially came over here to say goodbye." The large black dog rested a paw on Ling Han's shoulder and said, "See, Grandpa Dog is a loyal individual, isn't he?" Ling Han chuckled in reply. How much trouble had this detestable dog already caused for him? Hang on a second. You've never practiced the flame control technique before, so how are you resisting the fire particles here? Even Blood Dragon armor didn't possess such a powerful protective ability. Moreover, even Immortal Palace tier elites didn't dare to venture into this area, so how had this detestable dog managed to enter? The large black dog scratched his head before suddenly gazing up at the sky and saying, "The weather is fairly nice today. The moon is hanging high, and the sun is shining with such radiance." Fuck the hell off. Ling Han couldn't help but ask, "Little Black, who in the world are you?" The freakish nature of the large black dog had already exceeded the abilities of severing mundane tier cultivators. Not long ago, he had even bitten a 4th Severance Grand Elder while he was only at the Genesis tier. This was also an incredible feat. At the very least, Ling Han had never heard of such a freakish individual before. The large black dog's eyes darted about and after a long while he finally said, "Since it's come to this, Grandpa Dog won't keep you in the dark anymore. Truth be told, I'm actually your long-lost father." Fuck off. Ling Han said as he kicked the large black dog. He actually dared to take advantage of him. The large black dog pondered for a moment before finally saying, "Alright, since I'm about to leave, I'll tell you the truth so you aren't always trying to rely on me." He paused for a moment before continuing in a haughty voice, "I'm actually a celestial king." Pooh. Ling Han instantly spluttered with laughter. This detestable dog was a celestial king? Which celestial king would look like this? He couldn't help but roar with laughter. However, his laughter became quieter and quieter, and in the end, he silently stared at the large black dog. This was because the large black dog was wearing an extremely solemn expression. It didn't look like he was joking. If this were any other place, Ling Han would be convinced that the large black dog was joking, even if he wore such a solemn expression. However, this was indeed a place that even Immortal Palace tier elites couldn't reach. In other words, the large black dog was at least as powerful as an ascending origin tier elite. Gasp. This detestable dog wasn't joking when he said he wanted to steal the panties of Celestial King Ling Miao. This detestable dog. Are you truly a Celestial King? Ling Han asked with a serious expression. The large black dog snickered before saying, "Just how impressive was I when I used to stride through the world? Countless female Celestial Kings yearned to become my mounts, yet I only chose the most beautiful few. They were only slightly inferior to your wife." He glanced at the Empress as he said this. Ling Han's expression was solemn and he asked, "Why are you helping me?" The large black dog pointed at Ling Han's dantian with a smile and he asked, "He didn't tell you." Small Tower? Ling Han's heart shuddered. Sure enough, the large black dog and Small Tower were acquainted. They were definitely good friends. He shook his head and replied, "No." The large black dog scratched his head and said, "Back then I was a supreme celestial king. If I wasn't at the 9th heaven then I was at the 8th heaven. However, for some reason I suffered severe wounds and entered a state of slumber in order to recover. When I opened my eyes again, eons had already passed. At the same time my cultivation also fell to rock bottom. I was unable to recall the events of the past, and only when I entered the celestial realm did I finally regain some of my past memories. My cultivation has also returned to somewhere above the ascending origin tier and below the celestial king tier. After all, it's far too difficult to advance to the celestial king tier." Ling Han felt as if he were in a dream as he listened to the large black dog's explanation. Not only was this detestable dog a celestial king, but he had even reached the pinnacle of the celestial king tier? He had been at the 8th or 9th heaven. But I still don't understand. Why are you helping me? Ling Han asked again. Chapter 1838, Heavenly Fire Celestial King. The large black dog shook his head and said, "You're far too weak right now, so it's not beneficial for you to know too much. Initially I wanted to help you reach the celestial king tier. However, following the increase in my power, I suspect that several old monsters have already detected my presence. As such, I'll only be putting you in danger if I stay beside you. Ling Han was rendered speechless. To be referred to as old monsters by someone who had reached the 8th heaven or 9th heaven. Just what kind of beings were these? They were definitely 9th heaven celestial kings. He carefully recalled the past events. Even though the large black dog had always been causing trouble for him, this could also be viewed as an act of examining and tempering him. Moreover, even if the large black dog hadn't provoked others, would the conflict between Ling Han and them not have occurred? For example, his conflict with Zai Bingyun? For the sake of the heavenly Tao Jade, it was inevitable that there would have been a battle between them. Moreover, with Zai Bingyun's resolute nature, it was inevitable that they would have still battled to the death. The large black dog had simply caused this battle to erupt earlier. Anyhow, even if an elite had interfered, the large black dog would have been more than powerful enough to deal with them. Everything was in order to train and toughen Ling Han. Of course, the large black dog definitely wasn't an individual of great morals. He would often lie, cheat, and screw others over, and he had even set his eyes on the panties of a fellow celestial king. Only the large black dog would commit such atrocities, and only the large black dog would ponder such atrocities. Not long ago, the large black dog had also given him some suggestions regarding his cultivation. Most importantly, he had told him about the 5th severance. This was an obstacle that Ling Han had to overcome if he wanted to become a supreme celestial king. If Ling Han had unknowingly skipped this test, there would have been no chance for him to regret his decision. Then what's up with this volcano? Ling Han asked. A rare expression of loneliness spread across the large black dog's face as he glanced at the volcano, and he replied, "This is the burial place of an old friend. He failed while trying to advance to the 9th heaven, and his body is buried in this mystery realm." This was his own decision, and he desired for his willpower to be refined by time such that the purest of his essence would remain for future generations to use and undergo transformations. Ling Han shuddered upon hearing this. Although the 9th heaven is the pinnacle of the celestial king tier, 8th heaven celestial kings don't necessarily need to sacrifice their lives in an attempt to reach such a level, right? After reaching the 8th heaven, how many more opponents would one still have? Moreover, they would enjoy an infinite lifespan, so did they really need to roar in urgency and attempt to advance to the 9th heaven? If they waited for several epochs, perhaps they could have gathered enough source power and celestial medicines, thereby increasing their chance of success. Why did they need to risk their life? Brat, you don't understand. The large black dog patted Ling Han's shoulder and said, "On the surface, it appears as if this is a calm and peaceful world. In reality, however, there's a terrifying killing intent hidden beneath this facade of calm. Grow as fast as you can. Otherwise, when this storm of darkness arrives, everything will be destroyed." Ling Han knew that the large black dog wouldn't tell him any more details even if he asked. This was just like with Small Tower. When it came to these critical matters, they would always refuse to answer. Moreover, their excuse was still far too weak. He slowly nodded in understanding. Although he was curious about this storm of darkness or whatever, he understood that his main focus right now was raising his power. How is this celestial king related to the 9 heavens flame? Ling Han asked. The large black dog chuckled before saying, "Source powers of heaven and earth can evolve. For example, the heavenly Tao Jade that you obtained was birthed by the life force of heaven and earth. Yet it's no longer a source power of heaven and earth. Similarly, the 9 heavens flame can also develop intelligence and awareness. At that time, it will no longer be a source power of heaven and earth. Instead, it will become a living being." Ling Han was astonished and he asked, "So you're saying that this celestial king was formed from this 9 heavens flame? No wonder the 9 heavens flame had been so excited just then." "Correct," the large black dog said with a nod. "This celestial king was called the Heavenly Fire Celestial King, and he was skilled in manipulating fire. After his passing, a wisp of remnant flame remained burning for hundreds of millions of years, giving birth to a new 9 heavens flame. Meanwhile, after being burned for countless hundreds of millions of years, his murderous aura has already been refined away, with only his essence remaining. I then used this essence power to temper you, not to raise your cultivation level, but instead to strengthen your cultivation foundation. This is to help you reach the pinnacle in the future." "Can't others use this power?" Ling Han asked. "Of course not," the large black dog said proudly. "This is a source power of heaven and earth, and unless it was me, it would rather return its essence to heaven and earth." Ling Han became even more curious upon hearing this. From the large black dog's reply, it was clear that the heavenly fire celestial king could have still survived even though he had failed to advance to the ninth heaven. However, he had chosen to abandon his life and leave his essence for those in the future instead. Ling Han couldn't help but feel immense admiration. Come over here, brat. After preparing for hundreds of millions of years, all we yearn to see is a spark that illuminates the entire universe, the large black dog said in a solemn voice. After being tempered by this essence of a celestial king, you'll also have a greater chance of advancing to the fifth severance. After refining himself for hundreds of millions of years, the essence left behind by the heavenly fire celestial king can only improve my chance of advancing to the fifth severance by a little bit. The fifth severance is far too difficult to reach, no? The fifth severance is naturally extremely difficult to reach. Moreover, your foundation is still far too weak, and you haven't been strengthened with the resources of a celestial king tier force either. Although you've risen from a small world, and although you've reached a state of perfection in each major tier, your potential is far too important. The large black dog couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Right now, it's time for you to defy the heavens and rewrite your fate. Ling Han was slightly doubtful about this. He wasn't weaker than any prodigy. After all, weren't Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng also the successors of Celestial King tier forces? Yet they had still been killed by him. Moreover, his cultivation level was even inferior to theirs. The large black dog noticed his doubts and he couldn't help but scoff and say, "You think I'm comparing you to those pieces of trash? Those I care about are the successors of celestial kings who have at least reached the seventh heaven. If you come across those prodigies, you'll understand just how terrifying they are. In this kind of small place, it's simply impossible for celestial king tier forces to raise successors who are capable of becoming celestial kings. However, in genuinely powerful sects, those who are bestowed with the title of Holy Son and Holy Daughter can definitely become celestial kings. The only difference is which heaven they can reach." Upon hearing the large black dog's words, Ling Han's haughty pride finally subsided. A solemn expression spread across his face. "There are many celestial king tier forces like this?" Ling Han asked. The Western Celestial Realm has always been more powerful than the Eastern Celestial Realm. However, even the Eastern Celestial Realm has several ninth heaven celestial king tier forces. It's just that you're located extremely far away from them. It's because of this that you haven't come across any true prodigy, the large black dog said. I'm not trying to deflate you, but you can only rank in the lower quartile among the genuine successors of powerful celestial king tier forces. Ling Han was slightly unwilling to accept this again and he said, "Don't forget, I possess two source powers of heaven and earth. I've already taken them into account. It's because of them that you can rank in the lower quartile. Otherwise, The large black dog shook his head. Ling Han was indeed deflated by this. In the next instant, however, his fighting spirit immediately started to rage. He gazed at the peak of the volcano and he asked, "Then what about after I defy the heavens and rewrite my fate? You'll rank in the middle, or perhaps in the upper quartile," the large black dog replied with uncertainty. "This is only enough to reach the upper quartile?" An expression of doubt spread across Ling Han's face. Was this detestable dog purposefully trying to deflate him? Even if he wanted to trigger his fighting spirit, there was no need to take things so far, right? If I told you that some have abandoned their body thousands of times in order to reach a state of perfection in the severing mundane tier, would you be so shocked that you can't even fart anymore? The large black dog said with a chuckle. Chapter 1839. Where do you rank among the sea of prodigies? Ling Han faltered upon hearing this. After a while, he finally said, "Abandoning their body thousands of times simply to reach a state of perfection in the severing mundane tier." The large black dog nodded in confirmation. Although the ultimate purpose of cultivation is to comprehend and grasp the great Tao, 10,000 people crossing the same sea might yield 10,000 different methods. Cultivation is no different. You might be severing the same heaven and earth, yet the difference between you and someone else can still be unimaginably great. I'm aware of a freakish prodigy who severed a branch of the great Tao each time he severed the mundane. After reaching the fifth severance, he would abandon his physical body and resurrect to sever more branches of the great Tao. After reaching a point where he couldn't sever any more branches of the great Tao, he finally decided to advance to the dividing soul tier. Ling Han was stunned upon hearing this. Just what kind of freak was this? Isn't it often said that one's original body is the best? Even if it's not a divine fetus, isn't it best for one to keep their original body? Ling Han asked. That's indeed the case, the large black dog said with a nod. However, if you become a celestial king in the future, you'll be able to perfectly fuse with your body even if it isn't your original body. Anyhow, if you're not confident in becoming a celestial king, then what's the purpose of going to so much trouble? This makes sense. Ling Han was delighted upon learning this, and he said, after reaching the 5th severance, I'll also abandon this body to cultivate for several more lifetimes. Impossible, the large black dog immediately refuted. Firstly, your body has been tempered by the indestructible heaven scroll, so it can't be abandoned anyway. Even if your physical body is destroyed and you possess someone else, your Tao will have been severed. At that time, you won't be able to advance any further. You practice a different cultivation technique, and this has determined that you can't follow the same path. Secondly, there's not enough time for you. It's integral that you reach a state of perfection with each mundane that you sever. Even if your severances aren't as comprehensive as that freak's, you can slowly make up for this in the future. In any case, the difference won't be too great. The indestructible heaven scroll is the most powerful physique tempering cultivation technique in the entire world. By practicing it, you won't be weaker than anyone else. Ling Han's heart shuddered. The large black dog even knew about the indestructible heaven scroll? Just what kind of relationship did he have with the owner of the Tower of Three Realms? Who is that freakish prodigy? Where is he now? The large black dog glanced at Ling Han before calmly saying, You've heard of him before. I've even heard of him before. Who is he? The Imperial Void Celestial King, the large black dog said. He paused for a moment before continuing, I'm fairly sure he was already at the 8th heaven back then. Moreover, he was only a single step from reaching the 9th heaven. Right now, it's extremely likely that he's already advanced to the 9th heaven. Gasp. A 9th heaven celestial king. Ling Han recalled what Qing Fu had told him. Back then, the celestial king of the Qing clan had also been an incredibly freakish being. In the end, however, he had vanished after being defeated by a group of celestial kings. After that, the Imperial Void Celestial King had stepped forward and erased the entire Qing clan. If the Imperial Void Celestial King had truly become a 9th heaven celestial king, how would Ling Han exact revenge for the Qing clan? Is the Imperial Void Celestial King from the Sealed Emotion Palace? Ling Han was just about to ask a question, yet his mouth was quickly covered by the large black dog's paw. He was stopped from continuing his question. Brat, if you don't want to die, don't casually throw these titles around. Once you mention them, you'll trigger the detection of those old monsters. Regardless of where in the celestial realm you are, their divine sense will still possess the ability to instantly appear before you. The large black dog exclaimed. His spittle sprayed all over Ling Han's face. In fact, Small Tower had also warned him about this before. The titles of some supreme beings couldn't be casually mentioned. Hang on. The Imperial Void Celestial King is already a 9th heaven celestial king, yet the large black dog didn't become so worked up when I mentioned his name. Why did he become so worked up when I mentioned the Sealed Emotion Palace? I can only assume that there's an even more powerful individual in the Sealed Emotion Palace. A paramount ruler among the 9th heaven celestial kings. Ling Han didn't ask any more questions. Judging by the large black dog's expression, it was as if he wanted to completely seal his mouth. As such, how could he continue to ask about this topic? Small Tower had also mentioned this to him before. If he wanted to know about these matters, he would at least have to become a celestial king. There were 9 heavens in the celestial king tier, and advancing to each subsequent level was as difficult as ascending the heavens. The 3 of them ascended the volcano, and the large black dog continued to tell them about the heavenly fire celestial king. In the past, this place had indeed been a powerful sect. However, it was a shame that the heavenly fire celestial king had passed away. The powerful sect disbanded after that, and all of its disciples left. This place then transformed into a burial ground for the heavenly fire celestial king. This was because the heavenly fire celestial king still had a mission. He wanted to refine himself and return to a state of origin so that he could help someone in the future. However, time was an eternal enemy, and the large black dog and the other friends of the heavenly fire celestial king either died or became severely wounded. As time passed, no more powerful elites stood guard at this burial ground. It was also because of this that the Thundercloud celestial king, Purple River celestial king, and other celestial kings entered here and engaged in an earth-shattering battle to fight for divine metal. However, none of them discovered the secret of the heavenly fire celestial king. More precisely, even after their death, the arrangements of 8th heaven celestial kings weren't something that measly 1st heaven celestial kings could discover and understand. After learning this, Ling Han finally understood the history and origin of this mystery realm. Anyhow, it wasn't long before they reached the peak of the volcano. The large black dog told the Empress to stand in the distance, after which he started to chant at the crater of the volcano. 1. A veined pattern lit up on the ground, stretching all the way from the crater to the foot of the volcano. A second veined pattern then lit up, followed by a third, a fourth, and all the way until the 108th. Boom. A brilliant radiance soared into the sky, and it was as if the entire volcano was about to fracture and collapse. The volcano shuddered violently. Pung pung pung. Countless blood dragon stones were spat out from the volcano at an even quicker rate. This was a truly magnificent sight. Far away in the canyon, everyone was stunned upon seeing this. Such an astonishing phenomenon had never occurred before. Is this because of Ling Han? If it was because of him, that would be far too unfathomable. After all, even Immortal Palace tier elites couldn't enter that region. As a measly 3rd Severance cultivator, how could he trigger such an incredible commotion? However, if it wasn't because of him, this kind of phenomenon had never occurred before, so why would it only occur after Ling Han entered that region? Closer to the volcano, bewitching Maiden Ro couldn't help but retreat in disarray. The fire particles among heaven and earth had suddenly become wild and chaotic, so much so that she couldn't withstand them even with her flame control technique. She had no option but to retreat. Fortunately, she had obtained an astonishing number of blood dragon stones. As such, it wouldn't matter even if she were forced to leave the mystery realm now. Boom boom boom. The volcano descended into chaos, throwing columns of scorching lava into the air. However, in an eerie sight, these columns of lava didn't fall from the sky. Meanwhile, the 108 vein patterns glowed with an increasing brilliance as they seeped further and further into the ground. The earth trembled and the volcano surprisingly grew taller and taller. In an unfathomable turn of events, the volcano then started to hover in the air. Ling Han and the Empress yelped in astonishment. This was because the volcano was only a small corner of a rising figure. A colossal figure crawled up from the ground. This was a humanoid figure, and there was a single horn protruding from their forehead. Right now, boiling lava was still flowing from this horn. This was a colossal human who appeared as if they could connect heaven and earth. In fact, just their horn alone could already pierce through the clouds. As such, how tall would they be if they fully stood up? The giant stood up, and he radiated with a domineering might as he peered down at the earth. His aura was surging, and those before him had no option but to prostrate themselves. 8th Heaven Celestial King. Old friend, we finally meet again, the large black dog said with emotion. It sure was relaxing for you to leave first. You've left all of the troublesome matters to Grandpa Dog. However, who told Grandpa Dog to still be alive? I have to do what I have to do. Rest assured, I'll definitely burn and offer Celestial King Ling Miao's panties to you. Back then we couldn't peep on Celestial Maiden Ling Miao bathing, so I can only offer her panties to you now. That will allow you to finally rest in peace. The large black dog continued to murmur, and it was all about his debauched adventures with the heavenly fire Celestial King. Ling Han couldn't help but grimace as he listened on. He started to suspect that it was because of their incredible debauchery that they had been punished by the heavens. Brat, come here, the large black dog suddenly shouted. Chapter 1840, Refining a Celestial King's Heart. Ling Han took a step forward and started to channel his origin power. At the same time, he also displayed his regulations, especially the 9 heavens flame that was burning with vigor. The large black dog started to form hand seals again, controlling the colossal giant in the sky. The colossal giant's chest started to glow. Pooh! A blazing fist-sized rock then flew over from his chest. This was the colossal giant's heart. It had been incredibly large before, yet after being refined by himself, it had now shrunk to the size of an ordinary fist. Shio! The blazing heart was as quick as lightning as it flew toward the large black dog. If it had been any other Immortal Palace tier elite, they would have definitely been penetrated by this shooting heart. However, the large black dog had been a celestial king before, so he still possessed some extraordinary abilities even though his cultivation had already fallen. In any case, he clearly knew how to deal with this situation. "Freeze!" the large black dog shouted as he made a tapping motion with his paw. The blazing heart immediately stopped in midair before slowly hovering above Ling Han's head. "Close your eyes and calm your mind. Free yourself of all thoughts and channel the flame control technique." Ling Han sat down and did as he was told. The large black dog made a pointing motion, upon which the blazing heart instantly unleashed rays of light. It was as if it were unleashing a waterfall. The large black dog waved his paw and said, "I'll share some of its essence with you and help you advance to the third severance. When this brat finishes defying the heavens and changing his fate, all of the remaining essence will be for you to absorb." A small spark immediately flew out from the blazing heart, and floated toward the Empress. This small spark then hovered above the Empress' head before unleashing a waterfall-like wall of flames. The Empress also sat down to absorb the essence. She didn't feel embarrassed at all because in her eyes, it was only natural that everyone else served her. Did she need to be polite? Boom. It was as if mountains were crumbling and waves were roaring inside Ling Han's body. Each of his cells transformed into a world before being tempered by flames and evolving toward a superior state. Miracles could be nurtured through repetitive tempering. This was analogous to how level 20 godly metal couldn't advance to become genuine divine metal. However, even so, it could be continually tempered and strengthened until it reached the stage of 10-star pseudo-divine metal. It would only be slightly inferior to genuine divine metal. Ling Han was the same. Although his physique wasn't perfect, the flames of this celestial king were helping him cleanse the impurities in his body. Only the purest of essence remained. These flames would then use the essence of the celestial king to nurture and strengthen Ling Han. Otherwise, if he was only tempered and not nurtured, Ling Han would definitely be incinerated into ashes. Even so, he still couldn't help but groan in pain. This process was far too agonizing. This was a heart-wrenching pain that reached the depths of his soul, so it would be useless even if he were knocked unconscious. He would still be able to clearly feel this unbearable pain. This was a fundamental transformation. After all, Ling Han didn't possess a divine fetus. Anyhow, what was a divine fetus? If a clan had a celestial king tier ancestor, and the regulations of this celestial king materialized upon some descendant, this would give birth to a divine fetus. The owner of this divine fetus would possess an extraordinary power, and they would often be invincible among those at the same cultivation level. Right now, an 8th heaven celestial king had refined his own body, and extracted his own essence in order to strengthen Ling Han. Was this not enough to comprehensively elevate the level of Ling Han's foundation? One had to realize that the heavenly fire celestial king had possessed the ability to advance to the 9th heaven. Although he hadn't succeeded, this wasn't a reason to deny his formidable power. Moreover, he had comprehended Tao as the 9 heavens flame, and he was a being who had been nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth. As such, just how valuable was this offering? Ling Han's body was developing into a divine fetus. However, there were also huge differences between different divine fetuses. After all, could the remnant regulations of a 1st heaven celestial king compare to the remnant regulations of an 8th heaven celestial king? Moreover, this was a supremely powerful 8th heaven celestial king. Not only that, but they hadn't held back as they refined their own body. Ling Han forcefully suppressed his pain as he channeled the flame control technique, and guided the flames to reconstruct his body. Meanwhile, he also channeled the indestructible heaven's scroll to protect his weakened divine sense. Otherwise, he would collapse under these extremely formidable flames. "Old friend, you can finally rest forever," the large black dog said as he removed his laughable blood dragon armor. He had only used this suit of armor to conceal his power. Right now, he naturally didn't need it anymore. Of course, he obviously wouldn't be willing to remove his iron underwear. Otherwise, he would lose his eye-catching demeanor as Grandpa Dog. A smile surprisingly spread across the colossal giant's face. He then nodded before crumbling and falling apart. Pum. He transformed into countless bursts of flames that shot into the surroundings. Under the suppressive power of these flames, all of the chaotic aura in the hidden dragon mystery realm vanished without a trace. 1st heaven celestial kings were nothing but trash before 8th heaven celestial kings, so the aura that they left behind in this mystery realm was naturally also wiped away with ease. 10 days passed, and the Empress suddenly unleashed a long cry. Under the help of the celestial king tier power, she had already opened the door to the 3rd severance. She started to undergo heavenly tribulation, and she performed her third severance of heaven and earth amid the vicious arcs of lightning. This enraged heaven and earth, yet the heavenly Tao also had to guard its own regulations. It wasn't long before her heavenly tribulation calmed down and disappeared. Before the Empress could even speak, the large black dog pointed at the spark of flame above her, causing a portion of its power to funnel into her. This forced the Empress to sit down again, accepting the transformation bestowed by the celestial flame. She already possessed a divine fetus, so this transformation naturally wasn't to give her a flaming divine fetus. Instead, it was a transformation to strengthen her divine fetus. The large black dog clasped his paws behind his back, and his expression finally became incredibly solemn for the very first time. Time, it's always time. There's always not enough time. If the storm of darkness surges over, will this brat have enough time to grow and develop? He murmured. Those old monsters aren't driven, and they don't plan to suppress this storm of darkness. Instead, they're always causing trouble and fighting among themselves. I definitely can't allow them to discover the existence of this brat. Otherwise, this plan of hundreds of millions of years will vanish in a puff of smoke. Brat, don't die on me. Even though your path is destined to be filled with extraordinary difficulties and obstacles, and even though you might be forced to walk this path alone and become the enemy of all other beings, you're the only one who's capable of walking to the end. Because you're the only hope left behind by the heavenly venerate. Ling Han couldn't hear the large black dog's murmurings. Right now he was completely focused on battling against the power of the flames, and guiding them through his body. He was maximizing the benefit of these flames, and this process of tempering and transformation was an extremely slow and gradual one. After all, it had taken Gu Daoyi 10 lifetimes to finally develop his divine fetus. Although Ling Han had the help of a mighty celestial king, this still wasn't something that could be completed in an instance. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. After almost 10 years, the blazing heart finally started to dim. It dimmed at an incredible rate, and after 3 days the blazing heart completely lost its radiance. A gust of wind blew over, causing the heart to disintegrate into ashes. The last remaining remnant of the heavenly fire celestial king vanished into thin air. Just like how he had been nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth, he was now returning to the embrace of heaven and earth. Ling Han and the Empress opened their eyes in unison. They then stood up together. Peak stage of the third severance. Even though the essence of the celestial king had mainly been used to temper and reconstruct their respective physique, just a wisp of this essence had been enough to raise their cultivation by an astonishing amount. They were easily raised to the peak stage of the third severance. However, the celestial king tier power wasn't enough to help them perform the fourth severance. This was something that they had to comprehend by themselves. It was also because of this that the large black dog first helped the Empress advance to the third severance. Otherwise, the extra essence of the celestial king would have been wasted. Brat, you'll have to fend for yourself in the future. Also, remember to cause more trouble. Otherwise, I'll be ashamed to be associated with you. The large black dog waved his paw and continued, all right, my task here is already complete, so it's time for me to fulfill my dream of many years. He spread his 4 legs and instantly vanished into the distance. Chapter 1841. Surrounded. The large black dog left, with his demeanor as carefree as could be. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh as he watched him disappearing into the distance. With his return to the world, heavens knew how many people would suffer at his debauched hands. Ling Han silently prayed for these victims. He then exchanged a smile with the Empress before walking away from where they had sat for almost a decade. My divine fetus has become more powerful, the Empress said. After being tempered by the flames of the celestial king, her divine fetus had ascended to a new height. Even though she was still limited to summoning 9 doppelgangers, each one of them would be several times more powerful than before. Moreover, even though her divine fetus hadn't transitioned into one of the flame element, it had still received many benefits from the flame element. It had now become extremely amiable with flames, and she could more easily and quickly manipulate the fire particles that existed among heaven and earth. Celestials were powerful because they could wield regulations and directly use the great Tao to crush others. Thus, Genesis tier cultivators would be crushed by severing mundane tier cultivators regardless of how many heavenly bodies they cultivated. Regulations were superior and transcendent to power. However, regulations also needed to be manipulated, and there was a process of transforming them into usable battle prowess. The more affinity one had with the Great Tao, the quicker they would be able to summon regulations. It was entirely possible that two cultivators were just as powerful as each other, yet one of them managed to instantly defeat the other because they were able to summon regulations more quickly. It was because of this that the large black dog had previously said that Ling Han could only rank among the lower quartile when compared to other genuine prodigies of Celestial King tier forces. He hadn't been deflating Ling Han on purpose. Right now, the Empress could easily and quickly wield regulations of the fire element. Compared to those at the same cultivation level, her speed was many times quicker. At the same time, the might of her regulations was also significantly greater. "How about you?" the Empress asked. Ling Han smiled in reply. Boom. Bursts of flames erupted from his body, completely transforming him into a ball of flames. "I've obtained a fire element divine fetus, and apart from developing a strong affinity with fire element regulations, I can also fuse together with the Great Tao of Fire. I can temporarily draw on its power to do battle." Generally speaking, divine fetuses were all like this. They would allow their owners to develop a stronger affinity with regulations, and they would also allow their owners to manipulate regulations that exceeded their cultivation level. However, this definitely couldn't last for long. Sometimes, one would even need to pay a huge price for this power. "What level can your most powerful strike reach now?" the Empress asked in curiosity. Ling Han pondered for a moment before answering, "Even if Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng revive, I can dispose of them with a single strike." Of course, this was after he fused together with the Great Tao of Fire and borrowed its power. The Empress smiled upon hearing this. The more powerful Ling Han was, the happier she would naturally become. At this moment, Ling Han also understood that the large black dog hadn't been lying to him. There existed supreme prodigies who were far more powerful than him in the celestial realm. To say nothing else, just the difference between two cultivators' affinity with regulations was enough to separate their battle prowess by heaven knew how much. The built-up potential of 7th heaven, 8th heaven, and 9th heaven celestial kings was unfathomably astonishing. After accumulating for countless epochs, they all possessed innumerable treasures and inheritances. As such, they could easily nurture supremely powerful prodigies. "Then let's test our power out," Ling Han said with vigor. Coming from a small world, he had defeated and trampled an exorbitant number of prodigies. This wouldn't change any time soon. The Empress was also brimming with confidence. She had already possessed a divine fetus before this, and it had now become even more powerful. As such, she could now rival genuine supreme prodigies. Anyhow, there was no mountain for them to descend now, and they quickly returned to the canyon. However, the people here had already left. Right now the canyon was completely deserted. Although the chaotic aura had already vanished from the mystery realm, no one else was clear about what had happened. Moreover, the time limit of 10 years was almost up, so they naturally started to leave the mystery realm. After all, who dared to risk their life? Ling Han and the Empress didn't stay in the canyon either. Instead, they continued to head toward the entrance of the mystery realm. They were extremely quick, and it only took them a few days to catch up to the last group of leaving cultivators. They then caught up to the second last group, the third last group. When they finally exited the mystery realm, they had passed almost half of all the remaining cultivators. Right now, the entrance of the mystery realm was bustling with activity. Some people were delighted, while some people were solemn. Those who were delighted were naturally overjoyed that their clan members had successfully exited the mystery realm and brought with them a large number of blood dragon stones. Meanwhile, those who were feeling solemn were worried because their clan members still hadn't exited the mystery realm yet. They were worried that they had died. "Something incredible has happened," someone suddenly shouted. A supremely vicious person entered the mystery realm this time, and they killed several holy sons and holy daughters. That's right. Chen Zhaotian, Bei Xianming, Bei Yuxiong, and some others were all killed by this vicious person. That vicious person is called Ling Han. It wasn't long before news of Ling Han's great feats spread far and wide, with all of the forces learning of his actions. For example, the Qianzhao clan and the Lunar sect. Although they were slightly doubtful that their holy sons or successors had been killed by Ling Han, the fact that everyone was repeating the same thing and the fact that Chen Zhaotian and Bei Xianming still hadn't exited the mystery realm yet forced them to slowly accept this reality. When Ling Han and the Empress exited the mystery realm, a devastating aura instantly washed over them. At least 100 elites appeared before them and blocked their path. Did you kill Qianzhao Tian? Did you kill Beiyu Xiong? Did you kill? These were all dividing soul tier elites, and at this moment they were all brimming with a murderous aura. They were radiating with a formidable aura that would cause even severing mundane tier grand elders to tremble in fear. Ling Han smiled calmly and replied, "Probably. I don't have the time and effort to remember the name of some trash." "You're far too arrogant." The dividing soul tier elites were enraged. A measly cultivator at the peak stage of the third severance actually dared to act so audaciously before them? Which of them couldn't raise their hand and easily kill Ling Han 100 times over? "Foolish Junior, since you've admitted your crimes, it's time for you to die," a dividing soul tier elite from the Qianzhao clan said coldly. He was called Qianzhao, and in 3-star forces, dividing soul tier elites could be considered as absolutely mighty figures. Thus, his demeanor was naturally high and mighty. Right now he was burning with fury. Ling Han had actually dared to kill a successor of the Qianzhao clan. This was blatant provocation toward the Qianzhao clan. He was a measly third severance cultivator, so how did he dare to do this? Qianzhao still wasn't aware that Qianzhao Yang had also died at the hands of Ling Han. Otherwise he would have definitely exploded in rage. Raising a potential successor was no easy task. It required a huge amount of time and resources. Thus, losing 2 potential successors at once was a huge blow to the Qianzhao clan. "I'll deal with him," an elite of the Beiyu clan roared and stepped forward. He was also seething with rage. "No, I'll deal with him," another person shouted. The dividing soul tier elites were all itching to kill Ling Han. "Wait." Whoosh. A figure suddenly dashed over, and they radiated with a paramount aura that seemed as if it could suppress the heavens. Even the dividing soul tier elites couldn't help but retreat. Immortal Palace tier. Lord Fu Yan. The dividing soul tier elites greeted in respect. Regardless of where they were, Immortal Palace tier cultivators could always be referred to as elites. They would enjoy a high status even in Celestial King tier forces. This Immortal Palace tier elite was none other than Fu Yan, and he had come here at the direction of Fu Shenbing. His task was to ensure Ling Han's safety. Of course, the elites from the Rock Palace had also come to ensure Ling Han's safety. However, Fu Yan had still chosen to step forward first. This was naturally to butter up to the Rock Palace. That was a Celestial King tier force, so was it not freakish and impressive? Fu Yan was brimming with might and dignity. Although he was stepping forward to butter up to the Rock Palace, he still possessed a sense of superiority before the dividing soul tier elites. He raised his hand slightly, signifying to the others that they didn't need to pay respects. There was an air of arrogance and haughtiness about him. "Dare I ask, Lord Fu Yan, why are you stopping us?" the dividing soul tier elites asked. Although they were weaker than Fu Yan, the forces behind them weren't weaker than the Fu clan. Thus they didn't need to cower. In any case, the battleships of their forces were also hovering in the sky. These could completely be treated as Immortal Palace tier elites. Chapter 1842. My Fu clan will accept all challenges. Fu Yan sighed in his mind. In reality, he naturally didn't want to become enemies with so many 3-star forces. After all, the Fu clan wasn't a top-notch 3-star force. In fact, just the lunar sect alone could already suppress them. However, in order to butter up to the Rock Palace, he couldn't abandon his current facade of arrogance and haughtiness. Otherwise, his performance would be lacking in sincerity. The more difficult it was for him to protect Ling Han, the more it would display the Fu clan's unwavering determination. Of course, Fu Yan was unaware that the Zai clan and the Thundercloud Palace still hadn't received news of their holy daughter and holy son's death yet. Otherwise, he would definitely scream that he had been screwed over. To oppose 2 Celestial King tier forces, was this not an act of stupidity? However, it was a shame that he didn't know about this. Thus, he continued to resolutely protect Ling Han and butter up to the Rock Palace. He wore a dignified expression, and he clasped his hands behind his back as he calmly said, "Listen to my advice. Don't touch a single hair of this person." What? The dividing soul tier elites were astounded. In fact, some of them even started to doubt their own ears. Indeed, Fu Yan was more powerful than all of the other cultivators present. However, the Fu clan wasn't a clan that could suppress all of their forces. Not only was it also a 3-star force, but it was a 3-star force that only ranked in the lower quartile. As such, where was his confidence coming from? Once the other forces formed an alliance, it was guaranteed that the Fu clan would be instantly razed to the ground. In any case, could Fu Yan rival them if they teamed up to attack with their battleships? Even Ling Han and the Empress were slightly astonished. Not long ago, hadn't they severed all ties with Fu Gaoyun? That being the case, why had Fu Yan suddenly rushed over to protect them? Moreover, it was as if he were willing to protect them at all costs. Had he taken the wrong medicine? Anyhow, Ling Han had initially planned to appear before the dividing soul tier elites before entering the Black Tower to escape. However, since Fu Yan had stepped forward, he was willing to observe the situation first. Lord Fu Yan, are you sure you want to do this? Chen Zhaoyu asked. A cold expression had already spread across his face. He was indeed weaker than Fu Yan. However, the Qianzhao clan was no weaker than the Fu clan. Thus, he didn't need to act in a meek and subservient manner. Moreover, there were many other elites beside him, all of whom were on his side. The Fu clan was inciting public wrath, and enough ants could even kill an elephant. Not to mention they were a pack of wolves. The Fu clan was nothing before them. Fu Yan's expression darkened and he said, "Are you threatening me?" Although he was under immense pressure, could the might of an immortal palace tier elite be challenged by any random person? Regardless of whether I'm in the right or not, since you're only a measly dividing soul tier cultivator, you have no option but to cower and be blindly subservient toward me. Lord Fu Yan, do you know what this person has done? An elite from the lunar sect asked. His name was Zhao Lingfeng. Fu Yan's heart jolted. One had to realize that the elites before him were all from different forces. Moreover, they were from at least several dozen different forces. What has this brat done? He felt a strong urge to slap Ling Han a few times. However, his expression remained calm and he said, "I genuinely don't know." He killed the holy son of my sect. Zhao Lingfeng roared. Dong. Fu Yan felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy blow. If it weren't for his incredible self-control, his expression would have definitely changed drastically, and he might have even exclaimed in astonishment. "Brat, you're far too much of a troublemaker." The lunar sect was one of the three most powerful sects in this region. Thus, if they truly decided to unleash their full power, they could definitely destroy the entire Fu clan. Yet, Ling Han had actually killed the holy son of such a sect? Such audacity. And the potential successors of my clan as well. Two of them. Chen Zhaoyu said in a menacing voice. He had only received this news just then. Not only had Chen Zhao Tian been killed by Ling Han, but even Chen Zhao Yang had been killed by him. This was a blatant provocation toward the Chen Zhao clan. Thus, Chen Zhaoyu wouldn't cower or back down regardless of who stood before him at this moment. This was because he represented the Chen Zhao clan, a powerful three-star force. As strong as Fu Yan's self-control was, he still couldn't help but grimace upon hearing this. How nice. Not only did you offend the lunar sect, but you've even offended the Chen Zhao clan. Moreover, you've killed two of their potential successors. Are you trying to destroy their entire future generation? And the holy son of my sect as well. And the potential successor of my clan. And the dividing soul tier elites spoke one after another, revealing Ling Han's long list of crimes. Holy fuck. At this moment, only these two words remained in Fu Yan's mind. He finally recalled the information that he had read before. While Ling Han had still been extremely weak, he had already battled against the Ding clan and the Xiao clan. In fact, he had even destroyed the physical body of a prodigy from the Han clan. He had offended these clans to the extreme. This was an audacious person and he had a history of provoking others. His ability to cause trouble was simply through the roof. Grand Elder, oh Grand Elder, aren't you screwing me over by telling me to protect this brat? With my skinny arms and skinny legs, how can I withstand the wrath of so many forces? As he listened on, Fu Yan's mind gradually became numb. He was confident that no piece of news could astonish him anymore. Fu Yan gritted his teeth and said, regardless of what this brat has done, no one is allowed to target him. In the end, he still had to utter this sentence. However, he felt a slight sense of anticipation because only by saying this could he display the worth of the Fu clan stepping forward. I'm risking so much, so the Rock Palace has to give something in return, right? Milady, we're still not going to step forward? A female knight asked. The golden female knight of the Rock Palace waved her hand and said, we'll let these clowns perform for a while longer. Anyhow, we've already found our target, so there's no need to hurry. Understood. What expression would Fu Yan wear if he heard this exchange? He was performing with all his might, yet he was being viewed as nothing more than a clown. However, this also made sense. After all, did a Celestial King tier force truly need cannon fodder like him? Moreover, was the Rock Palace an ordinary Celestial King tier force? In their eyes, even Celestial Kings beneath the fifth heaven were nothing to worry about. That being the case, how could they care about the Fu clan? It was clear that the Fu clan had chosen the wrong target to butter up to. The gulf between them and the Rock Palace was far too great, and this was analogous to a village leader buttering up to a supreme emperor. Would the emperor give a damn? Meanwhile, the elites from the lunar sect and the other forces exploded upon hearing Fu Yan's words. This person had gone fucking crazy. If the Fu clan had been a 4-star force, they would have had no option but to concede. However, they were all 3-star forces, and the Fu clan more so ranked in the bottom quartile. Yet, they actually dared to act with such haughtiness and arrogance. Had the Fu clan gone mad? An elite from the Beiyu clan couldn't help but warn, Lord Fu Yan, I'm sure that you're already aware. We represent 37 different forces, and which of us is weaker than the Fu clan? There was a threatening edge to his voice. However, Fu Yan had already made up his mind. He smiled and said, Juniors, I'm actually doing this for your sake. Don't ruin yourselves. Upon hearing this, the dividing soul tier elites couldn't help but explode with fury. A string of curses raced through their minds. He's killed our successors and you're preventing us from exacting revenge now. Yet, you're claiming that this is for our own good. Good your mom. Are you taking us for fools? Since Lord Fu insists, we naturally don't dare to do anything now. However, can the Fu clan withstand the wrath of so many forces? Zhao Lingfeng said in a menacing voice. To say nothing else of the other forces, just the fury of the lunar sect alone was enough to destroy the entire Fu clan. Fu Yan flicked his sleeve and said, Give me everything you've got. My Fu clan will accept all challenges. His voice was filled with confidence and haughtiness. Oh, but can you truly accept them? A cold voice suddenly asked. Everyone looked over, only to see a figure descending from the sky. They were radiating with an aura that was no weaker than that of Fu Yan. In fact, it was significantly more powerful. Chapter 1843, Can you truly accept them? Immortal Palace Tier Elite. Lord Zai, the Dividing Soul Tier Elites exclaimed. They hurriedly kneeled down and greeted him with respect. When coming across elites, it was natural for those who were weaker to pay their respects. Moreover, not only did this Immortal Palace Tier Elite possess a superior cultivation, but he had even come from a Celestial King Tier force. Thus, to say nothing of them, even the ancestors of their forces would have to treat him with utmost respect. This person was called Zai Ji. Fu Yan's heart involuntarily jolted upon seeing him. He could act with arrogance and haughtiness before Chen Xiaoyu and the others, and it wouldn't matter even if they teamed up to target him. He could dispose of them with a single hand. Even if they used their battleships, he could still rely on his movement techniques to calmly dodge their attacks. He would face absolutely no risk of suffering any wounds. The cannons of these battleships needed to lock onto their target. With his strength as an Immortal Palace Tier Elite, would he allow these cannons to lock onto him? Meanwhile, Ling Han wasn't afraid of things exploding out of control. He was enjoying the show, and he even retrieved a chair to sit down on. The Empress sat in his lap, and he appeared as carefree as could be. Fuck. Fu Yan almost exploded in rage. Who's caused all of this trouble? How detestable. If it weren't for the Rock Palace, I would have already diced you into mincemeat. Before Zai Ji, Fu Yan didn't dare to act with such arrogance anymore. Brother Zai, give me some face this time. Zai Ji's expression was ice cold and he calmly said, Who do you think you are? Give you some face? You're not worthy. Fu Yan was brutally rejected and he couldn't help but go red with anger. He was also an Immortal Palace Tier Elite, yet he was being humiliated before so many people. How could he endure this? Lin Fang and the others chuckled coldly as they watched this. Ling Han, so what if you're freakishly talented? You're destined to die today. With two elites from two different Celestial King Tier forces stepping forward, Fu Yan won't even dare to make a peep. At that time, how can you, a measly third Severance cultivator, escape from the grasp of the Immortal Palace Tier elites? It's completely impossible. You're dead meat. Fu Yan's breathing quickened, and only after a short while did he finally manage to compose himself. Brother Zai, has this brat also offended your mighty clan? Upon hearing this, Zai Ji's expression became even colder. He definitely had to exact revenge. However, the culprit who had killed their successor was only at the severing mundane tier. As such, he wasn't willing to announce this before so many people. It was far too humiliating. Oh, the successor of a celestial king tier force was even weaker than some random cultivator, and they were even killed with ease? Announcing this would be equivalent to humiliating the Zai clan. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and piss off, Zai Ji said in impatience. Not only was he more powerful than Fu Yan, but he had even come from a celestial king tier force. Thus, he didn't need to give him any face at all. Yet, Fu Yan seemed to feel overly confident, and he continued to babble rubbish before him. Fu Yan's legs were trembling. He was naturally aware that Zai Ji had come from a celestial king tier force, and he was naturally aware that Zai Ji was someone he could only gaze up at. However, he gazed toward the female knight from the Rock Palace. The sight of her defeating the 9 elites from the Fu clan was still fresh in his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Zai, if it isn't some great matter, the Fu clan is willing to make compensations for this brat." In his mind, Ling Han might have been overly arrogant, and accidentally offended the successor of this celestial king tier force. This was something that could be resolved with peace. Ha ha ha. Zai Ji roared with laughter. However, there was no smile on his face. How laughable. After killing the successor of a celestial king tier force, a measly 3-star force was now claiming that they were willing to offer compensation? How would they compensate them? What would they compensate them with? Did they know how many resources were needed to raise a severing mundane tier successor who had severed heaven and earth? It was enough resources to instantly plunge a 3-star force into poverty. Fine, since you insist, it won't hurt for me to tell you. Zai Ji's expression was ice cold, and he continued, "This detestable brat killed Zai Bingyun, the successor of my clan." Pa. Fu Yan stumbled back and collapsed to the ground. What did it matter that he was an immortal palace tier elite? Right now he was feeling as weak and feeble as could be. "Brat, how have you survived until now?" Fu Yan wanted to cry, yet no tears were forthcoming. He had initially wanted to butter up to the Rock Palace, yet now, not only had he failed to butter up to them, but he had even offended the Zai clan now. Even seeking death wasn't this bad. "I'm done with this. I'm completely done with this." Fu Yan hurriedly crawled up, saying, "This brat is actually this detestable? I was also deceived. Brother Zai, please." He was indeed an elite, and his attitude changed quicker than the pages of a book could be flipped. The other elites couldn't help but look at him with disdain. "Weren't you all arrogant and mighty just then? Why have you suddenly become a coward?" "Oh, it's fortunate that you said this. Otherwise you'd already be a corpse." Crackle. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. This was a solidly built man, and his entire body was covered in arcs of white lightning. As they intertwined, they formed numerous symbols of the Great Tao. Just his presence alone was enough to frighten everyone present. Everyone had to face heavenly tribulation. Thus, lightning was undoubtedly something that many people detested. This man was Sun Zhen, an elite from the Thundercloud Palace. Fu Yan's frail heart involuntarily shuddered again. Did Ling Han also do something to the holy son of the Thundercloud Palace? Gasp. It can't be, right? He didn't dare to ponder this anymore. Holy fuck. How can there exist such a troublemaker in the world? The Fu clan definitely can't shoulder his crimes. We simply can't shoulder his crimes. He respectfully stepped back. Although Chen Zhaoyu and the others were gazing at him in disdain, he simply pretended that he couldn't see their gazes. This was no time to act with arrogance. "Ling Han, how audacious of you!" Sun Jin roared. His voice was like booming thunder. Ling Han grinned and said, "You're right, I'm indeed an audacious person." Upon hearing this, those who had been slightly doubtful about Ling Han killing Zai Bingyun were fully convinced that he was the culprit. Just listen. He was actually speaking to an immortal palace tier elite with such disrespect. That being the case, would he give a damn about killing a severing mundane tier cultivator? Sun Jin faltered upon hearing this. He hadn't been praising Ling Han, so why was this brat so proud of himself? He humphed before continuing, "Since you've admitted it, you can go die. Brother Sun, let the Zai clan deal with this brat." Zai Ji said as he stepped forward and grabbed Sun Jin's wrist. He stopped Sun Jin from attacking Ling Han. Ling Han was only at the peak stage of the third severance, so how had he killed Zai Bingyun and Luo Changfeng? This brat definitely harbored some great secret. As such, Ji wanted to personally kill him so that he could pluck his soul and steal his secrets. Sun Jin chuckled and said, "Fine, I'll kill him and you can take his corpse." Ji also chuckled, saying, "Since you're already willing to hand his corpse to me, why don't you let me kill him as well?" "Brother Zai, you're pushing things a little. This brat killed the holy son of my sect, so how can I let him off without doing anything? Is it not the same if I deal with him? The most important thing is the result." The two elites started to argue with each other. Both of them wanted to kill Ling Han, as doing so would allow them to pluck his soul at this first instance. After all, they couldn't trust each other to share his secrets. Everyone came to a sudden realization upon seeing this. They had naturally come across similar situations before, so they all knew what these two elites were arguing about. Ling Han sighed and said, "Have you two finished arguing or not? I don't have so much time to waste." It was a shame that the large black dog had already left. Otherwise, he could unleash his might and dispose of these measly immortal palace tier elites in the blink of an eye. "Brother Sun, then let's rely on our own abilities," Ji said. He knew that he couldn't convince Sun Jin, so he decided not to speak any more nonsense. "Agreed," Sun Jin said with a nod. In the end, arguments between cultivators were always settled using power. They both lashed out to snatch Ling Han's life. Pah! However, just as they raised their hands, two links of white silk suddenly shot over from the sky in the distance, wrapping around their wrists and forcefully stopping their attacks. Chapter 1844. If you have any complaints, come to the Rock Palace. Ling Han had already been about to bring the Empress into the Black Tower. After all, he knew that he couldn't rival two immortal palace tier elites. Even if he channeled the indestructible Heaven Scroll, he would still be blasted into smithereens. Moreover, rising from the ashes was no fun task. Doing so would leave him with severe wounds. Who is it this time? He was extremely puzzled. One had to realize that he didn't have any strong background in the celestial realm. In fact, he was much like an orphan who didn't have parents. He could only rely on his own strength. Sun Jin and Ji were both astounded. That person hadn't arrived yet, but they had managed to obstruct them simply by transforming their regulations into two lengths of white silk. This power was incredible. "Friend, please come over for a discussion," Sun Jin said as he looked into the distance. A dragon hawk flapped its wings and instantly soared over from the distance. It measured 30 meters in length, and if it spread its wings, its wingspan would also measure 30 meters. There was a female knight sitting on the dragon hawk, and she was dressed in a suit of golden armor. Her hair was silky smooth and she appeared extremely mighty and dignified. Behind her, there was a flock of dragon hawks, each of which was carrying a female knight. However, these female knights were all dressed in suits of silver armor. "Piss off," the female knight in golden armor said coldly. "Friend, you're taking things too far," Ji said in extreme displeasure. Who was he? He was an elite from a celestial king tier force. Yet this woman actually dared to speak to him like this. The female knight in golden armor glanced at him before waving her hand. Pah! A whip suddenly appeared in her hand, and she continued to stare at Ji just like that. It was as if she would whip him if he dared to say anything else. Ji shook with fury. Since when had he ever been viewed with such contempt before? Very well. Very well. By the looks of it, I need to test out this friends. Pah! The female knight's whip lashed out before Ji could even finish his sentence. This was a terrifying scene, with countless immortal beasts materializing in the air as the whip whistled over. However, all of these immortal beasts were either dead or riddled with wounds. This was an attack that stifled even heaven and earth, and this was an attack that caused the heavenly bodies in the sky to tremor. It was as if these heavenly bodies were about to plummet to the earth. Ji had no time to feel astonished, and he frantically raised his arms to block this attack. Pah! The whip struck him and he was instantly sent sliding hundreds of meters back. His sleeves were destroyed and there was a long and bloody gash on his arms. Blood gushed out. He was a mighty immortal palace tier elite, yet he had been wounded with a single attack. Sun Jin was stunned by this sight. One had to realize that Ji was just as powerful as him, and they were both fifth secret elites. As elites from celestial king tier forces, which of them would be a pushover? However, Ji had suffered minor wounds after blocking just a single attack. This was enough to illustrate the gulf between them and their opponent. Friend, how should we refer to you? Sun Jin asked. The female knight frowned before pointing at Ling Han and saying, My task is to take this person away. Those who obstruct me shall suffer death. How domineering. Fu Yan's heart thumped as he watched this unfold. They were all from Celestial King tier forces, so why was the Rock Palace acting in such a domineering manner? Perhaps there also existed huge gulfs between different Celestial King tier forces. Had he made a mistake? Should he have persisted until the end? Ling Han also found this to be extremely strange. He didn't recognize this female knight at all, so why was she willing to step forward and help him? Moreover, she was even willing to offend two Celestial King tier forces. Friend, this brat has killed the successor of my Zai clan, and he's also killed the holy son of the Thundercloud Palace. How can we let him off scot-free? Zai Ji said in a baleful voice. He knew that this female knight was more powerful than him, yet he still had a 4-star battleship. Was this something that an Immortal Palace tier elite could withstand? The female knight was seething with killing intent as she gazed at Zai Ji with a cold expression. In the end, however, she decided not to attack him. Instead, she said, If you have any complaints, you can come to the Rock Palace. It doesn't matter who comes. The Rock Palace will accept all of your challenges. Now piss off. Rock Palace. These words erupted inside Ling Han's mind. No wonder they were willing to step forward and help him even though they didn't know each other. As it turned out, they were from the Rock Palace. Where's Hunyo? Has she come? He hurriedly asked. A hint of displeasure spread across the female knight's face, and she said, The young Imperial Empress title is Tianyun. Ling Han chuckled and said, Hunyo hasn't come. The female knight seethed with rage. Is there something wrong with your brain? I already told you that the young Imperial Empress title is Tianyun. Why are you still calling her Hunyo? What a basic name. If she could, she truly wanted to kill this person who was soiling the young Imperial Empress. However, upon thinking of Hunyo's longing for Ling Han, all she dared to do was daydream about this. The female knight gritted her teeth. She forcefully suppressed her anger and said, The young Imperial Empress still needs to cultivate, so she didn't come over. Zai Ji and Sun Zhen were both extremely confused. What in the world was this Rock Palace? The Celestial Realm was far too large. To say nothing of the Western Celestial Realm that was separated by the boundless seas, it would be almost impossible for one to know about a force on the same continent if it was located slightly further away. Perhaps the Purple River Celestial King or the Thundercloud Celestial King would know about this force. However, they might not reveal this information to their subordinates. Generally speaking, it would have been almost impossible for them to come across elites from the Rock Palace. So what if you're from the Rock Palace? Zai Ji asked in displeasure. Could the Zai clan allow one of their potential successors to die for nothing? The female knight was already filled with fury, and Zai Ji's question was a spark that caused her to finally erupt. You're seeking death, she roared. Whoosh. Her whip whistled over again. However, Zai Ji was prepared this time, and he hurriedly unleashed a celestial technique to block this attack. An overwhelming aura surged into the surroundings, rising from his head and soaring into the sky as it transformed into the projection of a roaring white tiger. This tiger then spat out a giant golden sword that slashed at the female knight. Pah! The whip cracked down, and its might was surprisingly 100 times more powerful than before. Zai Ji was astounded, yet there was already no time for him to dodge. The whip sliced through him, ruthlessly cutting him in two from the head down. He wanted to unleash a celestial technique to knit his body back together, yet a devastating destructive power swept through his body. Pah! The two halves of his body instantly exploded, transforming into a cloud of mangled flesh and blood. He was a mighty 5th secret Immortal Palace tier elite, yet he was easily killed with a single strike. Gasp! Everyone went numb with shock. A cold chill shot down their spines and cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. She was too powerful, far too powerful. She had killed a 5th secret elite on a whim. Moreover, she was completely uncaring about the Celestial King tier force that stood behind him. They didn't know what to say. Sun Jin involuntarily took a few steps back. His legs were trembling, and his situation was no better than what Fu Yan's had been just then. Meanwhile, Fu Yan's mouth was agape with shock. He was rendered completely speechless. So be it if you killed Han Luo on a whim. After all, he was only the Immortal Palace tier elite of a 3-star force. However, Ji is a member of a Celestial King tier force. Yet you still killed him on a whim. Is this extreme audacity or is this extreme confidence? What kind of existence is the Rock Palace? Where do they rank among the Celestial King tier forces? The female knight cast a cold glance at Sun Jin. Although she was looking at him, her eyes were filled with haughtiness and disdain. It was as if she would kill him if he dared to make another peep. What could Sun Jin say? He quietly shut his mouth. He certainly didn't want to die. However, he had already come to a decision in his mind. When he returned to the battleship, he would definitely use the cannons to obliterate this arrogant woman. The surroundings were deathly silent. This female knight was far too domineering, and under her might, even the Celestial King tier forces didn't dare to say anything else. Meanwhile, Lin Fang, Ting Sen, and Wei Nian went pale with apprehension. They hadn't imagined that Ling Han would possess such a terrifying background. Holy fuck. You're clearly the successor of a Celestial King tier force, so why were you acting as if you weren't? You've truly screwed us over. Chapter 1845. Killed with a single strike. Anyhow, Ling Han hadn't planned on sparing Lin Fang and the others either. It was just that they had fled quickly enough. Ling Han stepped forward and said, Come, let's have a battle. If any of you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I'll let you off the hook. His gaze was locked onto Lin Fang, Ting Sen, and Wei Nian. Lin Fang and the others wanted to flee, yet they were instantly surrounded by 9 female knights in silver armor. The 3 of them could only cast hopeful glances toward the elites of their clans. However, these elites all turned around and pretended that they couldn't see their request for help. What a joke. Even Ji had been insta-killed, so wouldn't they be seeking death if they stepped forward? Lin Fang and the others exchanged a glance and said through gritted teeth, Let's take a gamble. They knew that they were no match for Ling Han. However, if it was only blocking 3 strikes, it most likely wouldn't pose too much of a problem. Come at me together. I don't have much time, Ling Han said calmly. 3 strikes. As long as you can withstand 3 strikes, I'll pretend that you're thin air. I'll let you off the hook. The 3 of them became even more confident upon hearing this. After teaming up, could they not block 3 strikes from Ling Han? Did Ling Han truly think he was a god? The female knight in golden armor was also extremely interested. She clasped her hands behind her back and didn't tell Ling Han to hurry up. She knew that the young Imperial Empress was deeply enchanted by this man. However, was Ling Han worthy of the young Imperial Empress? Thus, she wanted to observe just how powerful Ling Han was. If he were too trashy, she would resolutely kill him even if that meant being punished or killed by the sect. She would prevent him from ruining the young Imperial Empress. Lin Fang and the others chuckled coldly in their minds upon seeing Ling Han standing there and not moving. They exchanged a glance before calmly preparing their most powerful attacks. Boom boom boom. Radiance of the great Tao suddenly erupted from their bodies. As king tiers, they were naturally no pushovers. This was especially the case since they had already advanced to the peak stage of the 4th severance. They were close to invincible in the severing mundane tier. The 3 of them were teaming up and they only needed to block 3 strikes. They were confident that they could succeed. The female knight remained silent, so the others naturally didn't dare to speak either. Even if they wanted to suck up to her, they could only shut up and watch the show now. At this moment, Fu Gaoyun and the others had just exited the mystery realm. They weren't clear about what was happening, but they couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder upon seeing that Ling Han was about to battle with someone again. How strange. The elites of the lunar sector standing right there, so why aren't they capturing Ling Han? Why are they allowing him to battle with Lin Fang and the others instead? Why has Grand Elder Fu Yen also come? They hurriedly ran over to ask him about the current situation. After a short while, they were all stunned by what they heard. Holy fuck. Ling Han is actually the successor of a Celestial King tier force. A bitter expression spread across Fu Gaoyun's face. If he had withstood the pressure, he could have been enjoying the fruits of this friendship now. However, he had at least maintained a good relationship with Ling Han. This was a great fortune. Meanwhile, Fu Xiaoyun was feeling extremely downcast. No wonder the Empress had said that she wasn't worthy of Ling Han. She had initially viewed herself as having a higher status before, yet compared to Ling Han now, it was clear that she was miles and miles behind him. Qing Zhong and the others were also feeling immense regret. They could have grabbed Ling Han's coattail before, yet they had actually refused to do so. If they were given another chance, they would definitely jump on and ride Ling Han's coattail. His A**s truly wasn't our asterisk pet? Or else why is his hair still not growing? Zidu Xiaojin asked. She was still pondering this strange question. It was anyone's guess how her mind worked. Ling Han suddenly felt his A*s tighten. At the same time, a cold chill shot down his spine. He couldn't help but shudder. Die. Lin Fang and the others roared as they unleashed their most powerful attacks at Ling Han. By actively attacking, they would naturally have a greater chance of withstanding 3 strikes from Ling Han. Offense was the best defense, and they had to transform their reactiveness into proactiveness. Of course, they definitely couldn't kill Ling Han. In fact, they didn't even dare to severely wound Ling Han. After all, the overwhelming might of the female knight in golden armor was already deeply imprinted in their minds. A grin spread across Ling Han's face as a terrifying aura exuded from his body. The expressions of the dividing soul tier elites suddenly changed. They were all stunned by what they felt. This was an incredibly powerful aura. Although it hadn't reached the dividing soul tier yet, it was already far superior to the peak stage of the 4th severance. Most importantly, Ling Han's cultivation was only at the peak stage of the 3rd severance. That being the case, how could he unleash such a powerful aura? Even Sun Jin felt slightly numb with apprehension. He had initially thought that Ling Han had used some kind of underhanded technique to kill Luo Changfeng. Judging from the current situation, however, Ling Han didn't need to use any underhanded technique at all. The female knight in golden armor was also slightly astonished. Although Ling Han was still weaker than Hun Yo at the same cultivation level, the Rock Palace was a 9th Heaven Celestial King tier force. Just how incredible was their potential? Only after using an exorbitant amount of resources had they raised Hun Yo to where she was now. Meanwhile, Ling Han had no background and no support. He had achieved everything by himself. Yet even so, he was only slightly weaker than Hun Yo. This was absolutely stunning. No wonder, the young Imperial Empress is always longing for him. He's a true prodigy. Although he's still inferior to the young Imperial Empress, at least they won't look too bad together. He just barely qualifies. Boom. Lin Fang and the others charged over, and their attacks were so powerful that it seemed as if they were about to obliterate heaven and earth. Ling Han shook his head. He then activated his divine fetus and fused it together with the fire element regulations. With this done, he summoned a strike that far exceeded his current cultivation level. Boom. A dazzling column of flames burst through the sky before violently exploding and sending currents of chaotic fire element regulations into the surroundings. The dividing soul tier elites were forced to activate defensive techniques to block the shock waves of this attack. Otherwise, they would have affected the juniors of their forces. The power of this attack definitely surpassed the severing mundane tier. The seniors from the Lin clan, the Teng clan, and the Wei clan all wore bitter expressions. To say nothing of surviving this attack, it was difficult to say whether any piece of flesh of Lin Fang and the others would even remain. Sure enough, once the flames disappeared, Lin Fang and the others were nowhere to be seen. They had vanished from the world once and for all. Even before his transformation, Ling Han could have dealt with Lin Fang and the others with ease. Thus, after unleashing the most powerful attack of his divine fetus, it was only natural that he could kill his opponents with a single strike. Otherwise, it would have been a complete waste of an 8th Heaven Celestial King's hundreds of millions of years of hard work. Ling Han clapped his hand before turning around. He then smiled at the female knight in golden armor and asked, "Senior, can we set off now?" If he had to cross the boundless seas by himself, his journey would definitely be filled with dangers. However, since this female knight in golden armor had come, it would naturally be much easier for him to cross the boundless seas and enter the Western Celestial Realm. They would face almost no danger. He certainly didn't want to experience a deadly accident just moments before he was about to arrive at the Western Celestial Realm and reunite with his wives. The female knight in golden armor pondered for a moment before saying, "No problem." She swept her gaze across the surroundings, and everyone involuntarily lowered their heads. They didn't dare to make eye contact with her. Even Sun Jin was no exception. They were both at the 5th secret, yet this female knight possessed a battle prowess that was numerous times more powerful than his. He couldn't rival her at all. Right now there was only a single thought in his mind. He would return to the battleship as soon as possible such that he could activate its cannons and blast this woman to death. Humph? Plotting something sinister? Dot. A murderous aura suddenly appeared in the female knight's eyes as she launched a palm strike at Sun Jin. Sun Jin was both astonished and enraged. I'm only fucking considering this right now, and I haven't actually acted on it. Yet you're actually targeting me for this? What the fuck? However, since she had already launched an attack, he had no choice but to react. Otherwise he would be inviting death. He didn't dare to block her attack, so he shot back in retreat instead. At the same time he shouted, "Friend, don't misunderstand me." Chapter 1846. Thundercloud Celestial King? The female knight in golden armor didn't give a toss as she continued to attack. It was clear that she wanted to kill Sun Jin. Sun Jin roared with fury, yet he didn't dare to exchange blows with the female knight in golden armor at all. He hurriedly retreated into the distance and he tried to return to his battleship. At that time he would regain the upper hand. Crackle. His entire body was surrounded by arcs of lightning, and it looked as if he were a god. At this moment, however, he was fleeing in disarray. Given a choice between life and dignity, dignity could naturally be sacrificed. In any case, exchanging blows with the female knight would be blind and reckless courage. It wouldn't be true courage. Not only did regulations of lightning possess incredible destructive power, but they would also bestow upon one immense speed. Sun Jin's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he had already dashed back to the battleship of his sect. A smile involuntarily spread across his face. It was now his turn to counterattack. Pah! Right at this moment, however, he suddenly felt a tremendous force traveling over from his toe, and rapidly dragging him down. Looking down, he discovered that there was a whip wrapped around his foot. Whoosh! He was dragged down at an incredible speed. No! He roared in fury. However, he was completely unable to rival this power. Pah! He smashed into the ground, forming a huge crater. Sun Jin shakily crawled up. His fall hadn't been severe. However, the female knight had unleashed the power of regulations, causing his foot to feel incredibly frail and weak. Friend, at the very least, I'm also an elite from a Celestial King tier force. Killing me will only cause endless troubles for you. These words sounded like a threat, yet he was instead begging for his life. The female knight in golden armor wore a haughty expression and she said, "Is it the Thundercloud Palace? The Thundercloud Celestial King is nothing more than a first heaven Celestial King. In the Rock Palace, his strength can't even rank in the top 100. If the Rock Palace hadn't been engaged in a battle with their mortal enemy, they would have had a total of more than 1,000 Celestial Kings during their peak. Of course, they only had 2 ninth heaven Celestial Kings. Right now, one of them had already passed away. Moreover, the Grand Elder had also suffered wounds of the Great Tao. As such, they could only wait for Hunyo to grow and fill this vacancy. Otherwise, once the powerful Grand Elder passed away, the powerful Rock Palace might collapse in an instant. Yet, even with their dire situation, was the Rock Palace a sect that could be provoked by a measly First Heaven Celestial King tier force? No way. What a joke. Sun Jin was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Not only he, but everyone who heard the female knight's words was also dumbfounded. Only a single thought remained in their minds. You're fucking kidding me, right? Who didn't know that Celestial Kings were the most powerful beings in the entire world? It was also because of this that only very few Celestial King tier forces existed in the world. As such, any one of them could easily rule over an entire territory. One just had to look at the Zai clan and the Thundercloud Palace. How many years had passed, yet which holy son or successor had advanced to become a Celestial King? Not a single one. From this, one could imagine just how difficult it was to become a Celestial King. Your sect has hundreds of Celestial Kings? Your flex has gone a little too far. You dare to humiliate our Celestial King? Your fate is destined to be a miserable one. Sun Jin said coldly. He could die, but the Thundercloud Celestial King couldn't be humiliated. He was the pillar of their hearts and he was a totem of their minds. It's the simple truth, the female knight in golden armor said calmly. She swung her whip again, and it was as if mountains were collapsing and tsunamis were impending. The regulations lit up layer after layer. Sun Jin frantically fled into the distance. However, even with the help of his regulations of lightning, he still couldn't escape the fate of being struck by the female knight's whip. Although these strikes weren't deadly, he was still riddled with vicious wounds. He was finally unable to endure this anymore, and with a long battle cry, boundless radiance erupted from his body, causing him to transform into something like a small sun. This was the glow of his secret palace, and Sun Jin was unleashing its full potential to forcefully raise his battle prowess. This would be his pinnacle battle. He was fighting with his life on the line. He had no option but to do so. However, the female knight in golden armor was completely unfazed by this. She casually swung her whip, and it was as if she were a cat toying with a mouse. Sun Jin was completely suppressed by her overwhelming might. The gulf between them was far too great, and it was as if they were on two completely different levels. In the end, Sun Jin completely exhausted the power of his secret palace. His battle prowess dropped significantly, and he was brutally whipped to death by the female knight. Another fifth secret elite was killed. Everyone shuddered in apprehension upon seeing this. They didn't dare to make a sound. Z1, lend me your mount, the female knight in golden armor said as she looked at Ling Han. As you wish, milady. A female knight in silver armor immediately jumped off her dragon hawk, and climbed onto the back of someone else's. Set off, the female knight in golden armor said as she looked at Ling Han. She still believed that Ling Han wasn't worthy of the young imperial empress. In fact, no one was worthy of the young imperial empress. Ling Han chuckled as he jumped onto the dragon hawk with the empress. The back of this immortal beast was extremely large, so much so that one could even place a table on top of it. Let's go, the female knight in golden armor cried. The 10 dragon hawks soared into the air, and quickly became tiny black dots in the distance. Dragon hawks were extremely quick and they were also extremely stable. There would be no turbulence at all. Ling Han embraced the empress as he sat on its back. Even though there were strong winds, his physique was strong enough for him to completely ignore them. The female knight in golden armor couldn't help but feel slightly indignant. The young imperial empress was always longing for this bastard, yet he actually dared to embrace another woman before her? Oh, how beautiful. Even she couldn't help but admit that the empress was stunningly beautiful. She was no less beautiful than the young imperial empress. How is this bastard so fortunate? The Dragonhawks were only at the Severing Mundane, yet in terms of long-distance travel they were definitely one of the best choices. In 3 days they had already soared past thousands of mountains and rivers. At this rate they could most likely reach the coast in around half a year. The celestial realm was far too large. Meanwhile the Empress quickly entered the Black Tower. She had already reached the peak stage of the 3rd Severance, and she hoped to advance to the 4th Severance as soon as possible. She would then cultivate toward the true pinnacle for Monarch tiers. The 5th Severance. Without reaching the 5th Severance, they wouldn't be able to compete against the successors of 7th Heaven Celestial King tier forces and above. Ling Han could only wait outside. Otherwise, if he also entered the Black Tower, heavens knew where the winds would blow them to. Thus, it was best for him to remain put. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had already passed. Everything had been peaceful and no conflict had occurred. The female knight in golden armor had remained aloof toward Ling Han the entire time, and it was clear that she wasn't willing to say anything extra to him. However, she had still told Ling Han that her surname was Guan. He could refer to her as Commander Guan. As for her name, she hadn't told him. Ling Han hadn't asked either. Today was a beautiful and sunny day. In different regions of the celestial realm, there would be different elites using their magnificent power to create suns and moons. They would forcefully create a cycle of day and night. The sun in this region was red and bright. Generally speaking, only ascending origin tier elites had the power to achieve this. Ling Han stared at the red sun. This sun possessed powerful regulations of fire, and it caused his fire element divine fetus to itch with yearning. He felt a strong urge to extract the regulations from this sun so that he could study and comprehend them. Of course, he could only think about this. To say nothing of whether he could withstand the fury of an ascending origin tier elite or not, his current cultivation level meant that he couldn't extract the regulations from this sun anyway. The gulf between their cultivation levels was far too great. Even with his fire element divine fetus, he would still be instantly incinerated into ashes by the regulations of this sun. This sun was colossal in size and it was as large as an entire city. How large was a city of the celestial realm? Right at this moment, an expanse of dark clouds suddenly rolled over from the distance. It was as if a formidable tsunami were surging over. In the blink of an eye, that colossal red sun was instantly swallowed by the dark clouds. The blazing flames flashed for a brief moment, yet it soon vanished without a trace. After a short moment, a violent explosion ripped through the clouds, with a burst of red heat waves hurtling toward Ling Han and the others. The colossal red sun had been obliterated. Chapter 1847. I'm just passing by. Not good. Commander Guan exclaimed. She always appeared emotionless, yet her expression suddenly changed drastically. This is a battle between ascending origin tier elites. Hurry up and avoid it. There was no need for her reminder, as all of the female knights were experienced cultivators who had been through hundreds of battles. They were already commanding their dragonhawks to turn around. However, Ling Han had little experience in riding dragonhawks, and he had been blindly following the others these past few months. Even so, his dragonhawk wasn't foolish. It had reached the severing mundane tier, so its intelligence naturally wasn't low. With a screech, it flapped its wings and turned around to follow its companions. In the end, however, reactiveness was no match for proactiveness. Although they had only been slower by 2 wing beats, how far could a dragonhawk travel in a single wing beat? At least dozens of kilometers. Thus, Commander Guan and the others instantly transformed into tiny black dots in the distance. Boom. 2 bursts of shock waves traveled over from before him. No, they had traveled over from behind him. One shock wave was black like dark clouds while the other was red like blazing flames. Both of these shock waves blotted out heaven and earth, stretching as far as the eye could see. These shock waves caught up to him at an incredible speed, and they were even faster than his dragonhawk. By the looks of it, these shock waves were going to strike him at any moment. The dragonhawk beneath Ling Han suddenly screeched in terror. It furiously beat its wings, yet it was unable to escape from the shock waves no matter what. After all, how could its speed compare to that of ascending origin tier elites? Whoosh! Right at this moment, a whip suddenly lashed over from the distance and wrapped around the dragonhawk. This was none other than the weapon of Commander Guan. She was going to pull the dragonhawk and Ling Han toward her. However, the 2 bursts of devastating and unstoppable shock waves had already arrived. Pa pa pa. Commander Guan's whip was instantly reduced to ashes. She was completely unable to rival these shock waves. She wanted to charge back, yet upon seeing the 2 bursts of furious and formidable shock waves, she could only grit her teeth and turn back around. In her eyes, Ling Han definitely couldn't withstand these shock waves. He would definitely be reduced to ashes. The remaining dragonhawks beat their wings in unison as they fled into the distance. So what if they had come from a 9th Heaven Celestial King tier force in the Rock Palace? Right now they could do nothing but flee. During such critical times, one could only rely on their own strength. They couldn't rely on their background. Anyhow, when the 2 bursts of furious shock waves surged over, Ling Han immediately grabbed the screeching dragonhawk and knocked it unconscious. He then dragged it into the Black Tower. This was an easy task, so he naturally wouldn't watch the dragonhawk die. Boom. Devastating auras and regulations churned through the sky. Even inside the Black Tower, Ling Han could still clearly see the stunning scenes in the outside world. Although they weren't powerful enough to threaten the Black Tower, they were still powerful enough to make Ling Han feel a strong sense of apprehension. If he were forced to face these shock waves head-on, he would be instantly reduced to ashes even if he actively channeled the indestructible Heaven's Scroll. Rumble. Violent auras boomed through the sky, with the power of regulations transforming into countless blades that mercilessly soared through the air, destroying everything in their paths. Ling Han couldn't help but lament his bad luck. Whom had he provoked? He was simply traveling toward his destination. Anyhow, it was clear that these ascending origin tier elites weren't targeting them. Otherwise, even Commander Guan wouldn't have been able to escape the fate of being insta-killed. It was extremely likely that 2 ascending origin tier elites were battling against each other, and they had unfortunately been caught up in the crossfire. Ling Han casually tossed the dragonhawk aside before starting to carefully reflect on his actions. He hadn't done anything bad recently, had he? That being the case, why had he suddenly been struck with such great misfortune? Was he truly a magnet for trouble? He silently waited for a conclusion. The 2 elites couldn't battle forever, could they? However, things were truly developing in this direction. Outside the Black Tower, the power of regulations transformed into deadly blades that continued to wantonly shoot through the sky. These were blades that could easily kill immortal palace-tier elites. The battle lasted several months, and Ling Han couldn't see things clearly from within the Black Tower. He could only sense that this was indeed a battle between two profoundly powerful elites. "Please hurry up and finish your battle. I still need to hurry on with my journey," Ling Han said with a sigh. Although he had the company of the Empress and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, and although there were still 2 kids for him to tease, he truly wanted to reunite with Hunyo, his parents as well as the others. He wanted to see his own son. How old was his son now? Perhaps he already had great-great-grandchildren. "Fox Demon, you've already destroyed my ancient Sun City, yet you're still not willing to let the matter drop?" A man who was enveloped in flames roared loudly. His voice boomed like thunder, and it was clear that he was beside himself with fury. There was a war hammer in his hands, and it was burning with purple flames that were powerful enough to easily incinerate 5th secret elites. "Lu Lingfeng, you've yearned for my inner core and you took advantage of my seclusion to launch a sneak attack on me. You almost ruined my cultivation of hundreds of millions of years. How can I calm down if I don't kill you?" This was a woman who was dressed in red silk robes. Her true appearance was hidden behind the aura of the Great Tao, so it couldn't be seen clearly. Anyhow, her figure was extremely slender and shapely, and it was as alluring as could be. It was the battle between these 2 elites that had directly obliterated the colossal red sun in the sky. It was also their battle that had forced Ling Han to remain inside the Black Tower. The hair of Lu Lingfeng, the man who was wielding the war hammer, stood on ends. Each strand was burning with flames, and his dignified face was also burning with fury. Just like the woman in red had said, he had been yearning for her inner core. He had launched a sneak attack while she had been cultivating in seclusion, and he had wanted to snatch her fruits of cultivation to strengthen himself. However, he hadn't expected the woman to set up so many barriers and traps. In the end, he had come away empty-handed. Not only that, but the woman in red had also charged over to his city to seek revenge. She had destroyed the colossal red sun with a single strike, and she had instantly reduced his main city to nothingness. He was naturally enraged. Although this city wasn't the ancestral grounds of the Lu clan, it was a city that he had spent countless years building and developing. However, it had been destroyed just like that. How could he not be infuriated? "Fox Demon, die," he roared. He swung his war hammer at the woman, forcing her to continually shoot back in retreat. Sparks of flames transformed into meteors that continued to rain down on the earth, causing a colossal crater to appear in the ground. This was the power of ascending origin tier elites. With a wave of their hands, they could easily obliterate heaven and earth. They were unfathomably powerful. "Shameless bastard," the woman in red roared in fury. She had been cultivating in peace, so whom had she provoked? Yet, this man had actually lusted after her inner core, and almost ruined her cultivation of hundreds of millions of years. If she didn't kill Lu Lingfeng, she wouldn't be able to swallow her anger. Under the effects of their intense battle, all of the towering mountains in the surroundings were raised and turned into flat earth. Moreover, there were deep craters everywhere, and they had even been connected together to form a gigantic sea. This battle lasted for a whopping 4 months, and both of the powerful elites suffered relatively severe wounds. Only then did their battle finally conclude. The elites both retreated, yet the animosity between them naturally wouldn't be resolved anytime soon. Ling Han finally exited the Black Tower. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Right now he was heaven knew how far away from Commander Guan. Because this region had already been smashed into flat earth and transformed into a sea of flames, he more so couldn't ascertain his own position. He had no option but to slowly search for Commander Guan and the others. The flames were scorching, and even with his fire element divine fetus and his 9 heavens flame, Ling Han was still unable to freely move around this area. The gulf between him and ascending origin tier elites was far too great. He would be seeking death if he dared to enter their battleground. As such, he had no option but to take a detour around their battleground. However, just how gigantic was the Sea of Flames? It would take him at least an entire month to walk around it. "Lu Lingfeng, you bastard." Ling Han gritted his teeth and cursed. If it weren't for this person lusting over that woman's inner core, would he have attracted such furious revenge from her? Would he have been dragged into such an intense battle? Meanwhile, Ling Han had been mysteriously caught up in their mess. If he couldn't meet up with Commander Guan, his journey to the Western Celestial Realm and his reunion with Hunyo and the others would definitely be delayed by a very long time. Chapter 1848, I can even cause trouble by eating meat. Commander, we've already been searching for him for more than half a year. Perhaps? A female knight in silver armor said to Commander Guan in hesitation. Since their separation with Ling Han, they had been searching for his whereabouts this entire time, although they had already come to a conclusion in their minds. In the face of such furious shock waves, Ling Han had definitely been killed. However, just how much did Hunyo long for Ling Han? They naturally couldn't give up just because they couldn't find him. Thus, they all worked hard to search for him every single day. However, they all knew that Ling Han had definitely died. It was just that no one wanted to bring this up first. Commander Guan fell silent for a moment. She then retrieved some materials and constructed a mini formation. With this done, she retrieved a piece of pitch-black rock. She wore a pained expression, yet she still gritted her teeth and placed the rock inside the formation. The formation instantly lit up. Like a mirror, a figure then appeared before them. This was an indescribably beautiful woman who was filled with liveliness and vigor. She immediately jumped over and she asked, "Have you found Nyo's Ling Han?" Upon seeing her excitement, Commander Guan couldn't help but start to shed cold sweat. She paused for a moment before replying, "Young Imperial Empress, your subordinate indeed found Ling Han." "Where is he? Where's Ling Han?" Hunyo asked and looked around. She didn't possess the dignity and reservedness of a successor of a ninth heaven celestial king tier force at all. It was all the fault of this man. Fortunately, he had died. Although the young Imperial Empress would feel depressed for a while, she would eventually overcome this sadness. "Young Imperial Empress, we came across a battle between two elites while we were returning. We were caught up in the shock waves and Ling Han, suffered the misfortune of being struck by them," Commander Guan said as she gritted her teeth. Hunyo faltered for a moment before flaring up in rage and shouting, "Nonsense! How can Nyo's Ling Han die? Hurry up and find Ling Han back for Nyo. Otherwise I'll feed you to a dog bear." Cold sweat trickled down Commander Guan's forehead. Ling Han had already died, so how could she find him back? However, Hunyo was certain that Ling Han hadn't died. She knew about the existence of the Black Tower, and after becoming mature, she had looked into the origin of the Black Tower. She had discovered some clues, so she was certain that Ling Han couldn't have been killed so easily. Anyhow, Ling Han hasn't died. Find him for Nyo. If you don't find him, then don't even think about returning," she said angrily. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind and she said, "No, Nyo is personally going to look for him. Nyo doesn't feel reassured leaving these matters to you. And those *TTY elites and whatnot. They can also wait for Nyo. Nyo will definitely blast them into smithereens." "Young Imperial Empress, you can't." Apart from Commander Guan, even the female knights in silver armor hurriedly started to discourage Hunyo. It was far too significant for the young Imperial Empress to leave. What if their mortal enemies learned of this and ambushed them halfway? Commander Guan knelt down on one knee and said with confidence, "Rest assured, young Imperial Empress. We'll definitely find Ling Han." Even if Ling Han had truly died, she was still prepared to wander around for a few 100,000 years. She would definitely prevent the young Imperial Empress from leaving until she succeeded in cultivation. However, Hunyo angrily shook her head and said, "No. Nyo doesn't feel reassured by you people. Nyo is going to personally look for Ling Han." Commander Guan and the others immediately started to wipe the cold sweat from their brows. In terms of troublemaking, this young Imperial Empress could seemingly rank first. Moreover, even though Commander Guan possessed a superior cultivation level, the hierarchical order of the Rock Palace was extremely strict. In any case, the title of Young Imperial Empress didn't simply signify that Hunyo was a potential successor. It was only because her cultivation level was still low that there was a young before her title. However, she would definitely become the Imperial Empress in the future. There would be no other option. Did they dare to scold Hunyo? Anyhow, the Grand Elder most likely wouldn't allow the young Imperial Empress to muck around. Right? With this in mind, they didn't try to discourage Hunyo anymore. "We'll keep searching. Since the young Imperial Empress insists, we'll do everything that we can." Ling Han slowly strolled around. Right now, the Empress was cultivating in seclusion in order to advance to the fourth severance. Even with the help of the reincarnation tree, this would most likely still take an extremely long amount of time. She wouldn't be coming out of the Black Tower anytime soon. How can I find Commander Guan and the others? It was almost impossible to coincidentally come across the right person in the celestial realm. After all, the celestial realm was far too large. Thus, he had to make himself become more noticeable. He had to cause some commotion. That way, Commander Guan and the others would perhaps hear news of him and find their way over. Of course, this was on the premise that they still believed he was alive. Then I'll go to the nearest city first. If Commander Guan isn't stupid, she'll most likely think of this possibility as well. The chance of coming across her in the wilderness is far too small. If I enter a city, however, I can ask around for some information. This region had already been raised into flat earth. Thus, he couldn't find anyone to ask where the nearest city was. That being the case, he could only randomly pick a direction. After walking for 7 days, he was still traveling through forests and grasslands. There was no sign of civilization. He sniffed slightly and he could smell an alluring aroma. As a glutton and an alchemist, he was certain that this was the smell of a 3-stone deer being roasted. Moreover, it had been marinated with at least 13 different spices. Among these spices were 3 extremely high-level medicinal ingredients. Ling Han involuntarily walked toward the source of this aroma. He entered a small forest, only to see a man currently sitting on a rock in a patch of empty land. There was a campfire before him, and there was a piece of meat roasting above this fire. It gave off an appetizing aroma. The man turned around upon hearing Ling Han approach. He was slightly robust, and even when sitting down he was still half a head taller than most ordinary people. He was extremely handsome, and he more so possessed an air of composure about him. Judging from his appearance, he was at most in his early 20s. Of course, age was insignificant in the celestial realm. However, this person's flame of life was still extremely lively and vigorous. Thus, he definitely wouldn't be too old. However, it was clear that he hadn't expected anyone to come. There was a hint of astonishment on his face. "Friend, can you share some of your food?" Ling Han shamelessly asked. As a glutton, being overly familiar with strangers was naturally a necessary skill. The young man faltered for a brief moment before smiling and casually waving his hand. "Be my guest." He secretly gave a signal. Ling Han saw this, yet he didn't expose the young man. Instead, he sat down and retrieved a small knife to cut off a piece of roast meat. He then started to chow down on it. "Delicious," he praised. The young man smiled faintly. He retrieved a bottle of wine and handed it to Ling Han. His smile was extremely meaningful. Ling Han accepted the bottle of wine and gladly chugged it down. He then ate some more roast meat. His entire body felt satisfied and relaxed. "Young master." At this instant, 7 people suddenly ran over from different directions. They all kneeled down on one knee to greet the young man. However, when they saw Ling Han, they couldn't help but feel astonished. The young man's surname was Lu, and he was called Lu Xianming. As he gazed at Ling Han, his expression gradually became baleful. "Friend, there's no need to act anymore. Where's Chen Si? Did you kill him or did you knock him unconscious?" He was resting here, and he had commanded his 8 subordinates to spread apart to guard 8 different directions. Yet, Ling Han had suddenly appeared, and Chen Si, the person who had been responsible for guarding that direction, hadn't returned. It was extremely obvious what had happened. Ling Han was astonished. He then started to perform a deep reflection of his actions. He was definitely a magnet for trouble. He had simply been attracted here by the aroma of meat, yet he was still caught up in some kind of trouble. Fuck. Chapter 1849. I'm a very easygoing person. Ling Han broke into a grin and said, "Don't misunderstand. I am only passing by and have not seen anyone. I will leave once I'm finished eating." Lu Xianming smirked coldly and said, "Since you are so stubborn, apprehend him." He still wanted to find out what had happened to his subordinate. Thus, he did not issue the command to kill Ling Han. Yes. The 7 subordinates obeyed, immediately moving to surround Ling Han. Ling Han continued to eat and said, "I really have no malicious intent. Your person may have seen a pretty girl pass by and thus followed her. What does it have to do with me? Don't be so flippant." The 7 people charged over, all drawing their weapons and blazing with killing intent. Ling Han was completely unconcerned. These people were all only in the severing mundane tier. To say nothing of the fact that they were only normal severances, even if they were king tiers or even emperor tiers, he would not be afraid in the slightest. The 7 people besieged him while Ling Han only dodged. After all, he had eaten their food, so he had to give them some courtesy. Furthermore, he also discovered that he had been screwed over by someone else. Chen Si must have been killed. Even if he hadn't died, he would not have been much better off either. That was why he could easily make his way here, but the culprit clearly did not bear any good intentions towards Lu Xianming. He had deliberately allowed him to come here, so his motive could not be any clearer. He was bait, used to attract the attention of these 7 guards, and as for later. Xiao. A flash of sword light suddenly rose up from under the ground, lifting sword chi that was a whole 3,000 meters long. A murderous aura spread out, as if a prehistoric wild beast was born. This was an assassin who had used an unknown method to approach. Even Ling Han had not discovered that he had been lying in ambush all the while here, and the other party had taken this prime opportunity to unleash an attack. Lu Xianming humphed, his expression showing his thoughts as expected. One was in the open to draw attention, while the other would be launching a sneak attack from the shadows. Did they think such tricks could fool him? Shua, a sword slashed over. There were multiple deep green patterns on the sword's blade that had been soaked in strong poison, and were about to become symbols of great Tao. To say nothing of an open wound, even mere contact with the skin would be deadly. Lu Xianming made his move. With a clink, a crescent blade had appeared in his hands and blocked this blow. A strong clash of regulations took place, and they instantly swept out wildly towards the surroundings like a tsunami. Ting ting ting. Lu Xianming couldn't help but retreat continuously. The other's battle prowess was very strong. At least he was not much inferior to himself. Just at this moment, Shua, another flash of sword light actually shot out from the ground. A figure also appeared behind it, controlling its blade to pierce Lu Xianming's back. This blow was really very timely and on the spot. This was precisely the instant when Lu Xianming's defenses were at their weakest. Humph! Yet Lu Xianming was completely unruffled. With a point of his right hand, Wang, an aura of light immediately appeared, forming a shield around him. Puh! When the sword light arrived, it was blocked by the shield of light, but as the second sneak attacker shouted a battle cry, the sneak attack's power instantly soared 100 times over. Innumerable cracks appeared on the shield of light, and then it shattered and crumbled. Scram! Lu Xianming had already gotten his breath back, and the crescent blade in his hand struck out. The second sneak attacker's feet tapped lightly on the ground, and his figure retreated, dodging this blow. Shua, a third flash of sword light rose up, and this time, it had shot out from Lu Xianming's left side. A third sneak attacker popped out. This time, Lu Xianming's expression really changed. 1 time, 2 times, and now 3 was his limit. Though the last 2 sneak attacks seemed to have taken a long time, they had actually happened at almost the same time. Even if Lu Xianming was a prodigy of cultivation, he had still used up all his tricks in the face of these 2 sharp sneak attacks. And now, his origin power had not recovered yet, while his protective measures were used up, but a fatal blade was again piercing towards him. He knew what kind of sword this was. Shattering spirit herb was rubbed on the blades, and if one was stabbed with it, not only would the physical body be destroyed, even the spirit would in fact be immediately corroded. It really was incredibly vicious. Was there no way for him to escape from this crisis? Looking at the blazing sword light, and how it had arrived at his chest, a bitter feeling rose up in Lu Xianming's heart. Coming from the same roots, why are you in such a rush to kill me? Hey. You guys can go ahead and kill each and I won't care about that, but don't use me like a shield to bear the blame for you guys. With a flash, Ling Han had already stepped in front of Lu Xianming, and stretched out a hand to grab the poisoned sword. Don't touch it, there's poison. Lu Xianming hurriedly communicated this message through divine sense. Verbal communication clearly wouldn't make it in time. Ling Han merely acted as if he had not heard. He had grabbed the sword's blade in one go and said, "I'm talking to you here. Don't you know that it is very impolite to ignore the questions of others, especially when this person is your victim at that?" Die. The third sneak attacker's eyes flickered with viciousness. To actually grab the poisoned sword with a bare hand, you clearly are dead. Who asked you to insist on barging in and ruining their business? Just as it looked like their target was about to be killed, but someone actually came in and interfered. If they didn't kill you, how were they supposed to vent their hatred? Kill? The other 2 sneak attackers also returned in attack. All of them were filled with anger towards Ling Han. Initially, this was a perfectly flawless assassination, but now all their efforts had come to nothing just because of an outsider. If they had known that this would have been the result, they really wouldn't have used him as bait. The 7 guards immediately charged back after a moment of being stunned. This time they naturally were not charging towards Ling Han. How are you completely fine? The third sneak attacker stared at Ling Han dumbly. Are you a monster? Your bare hand is holding a poisoned sword, and you are actually completely unscathed. Ling Han wore a strange expression and countered, why wouldn't I be completely fine? Do you know how to chat here? Cursing someone with death the moment you open your mouth, nobody does that. Holy fuck. The third sneak attacker was about to go crazy. How could there be someone like this? Are you an idiot? He hurriedly pulled his sword and retreated. There was no point to drag things out with this weirdo. The priority here was Lu Xianming. Ling Han's hand burned with the 9 heavens flame. This was Celestial King tier level entity, and with the support of such great Tao, how could the poison possibly infiltrate his body? He gripped the sword as immovable as a mountain, so how could the other man manage to draw his sword back? Hey, don't be so excited. Just see how I, the victim, aren't excited, so I have no idea what you are so anxious about. Ling Han appeared calm and unruffled. Come, give me an explanation. Why did you throw the blame on me? Is it because you thought that I am an easy target to bully? You are an easy target to bully? Easy to bully my asterisk. The third sneak attack presently really wanted to cry but had no tears. They really shouldn't have trifled with Ling Han. This was essentially a maniac and was a maniac that was incredibly strong at that. The battle royale began. The 2 sneak attackers stood against the 7 guards. Putting aside the matter of the art of assassination, these 2 sneak attackers really weren't all that strong. Their strength lay in unleashing a deadly blow once they had snuck near enough to their target. Once it became a head-on confrontation, their strength was just that. Lu Xianming did not make a move. He merely watched that farce-like conversation between Ling Han and the third attacker. I am a very easygoing person. As long as you compensate me with something like godly metal, of course, it has to be level 20, I will also accept pseudo-divine metal, then I can write off what happened just now, Ling Han said with utmost seriousness. My dear friend, help me apprehend these 3 people, and I will offer you a satisfactory payment. Lu Xianming suddenly spoke up. No, we too will be willing to make an offer. The third sneak attacker hurriedly called out. He already had a deep understanding of Ling Han's strength. Merely the magnificent feat of him grabbing the poisoned blade with his bare hand had already scared him out of his wits. Chapter 1850. An Unconventional Auction. Ling Han nodded, then let's begin the auction. Come, make your bid, don't be reserved. Was there an auction like this? To say nothing of the fact that the 3 sneak attackers were all gritting their teeth, even Lu Xianming's expression was a little strange. He had indeed met a considerable number of eccentrics and unusual characters, but this was the first time he had met someone like Ling Han. 1 million star stones. However, Lu Xianming still spoke up immediately. 1 million star stones was an exorbitant sum anywhere, but he had said it very casually and easily, as if that wasn't 1 million star stones, but only a pile of rubble. The third sneak attacker immediately broke out in a cold sweat. In a competition of wealth, how was he to compete with the holy son of Alchemy City? However, he still shouted, 10 million. Ling Han looked suspiciously at him and asked, Hey, do you know what punishment will be given for malicious bidding? The third sneak attacker hurriedly explained, as long as you kill him, we can use his head to trade for endless wealth. To say nothing of 10 million, even a 100 million or a billion would be no hard feat. Hearing these words, Lu Xianming frowned slightly. It was indeed as the other said. His life was very valuable, whether dead or alive. Ling Han couldn't help but feel amused. I really couldn't tell that you are actually a smart one. However, since that guy's head is so valuable, why should I not take it and turn it in by myself, but insist on having you do the job? That's because you have no idea whom you should look for, that person called out and actually seemed a little proud. Your words are quite logical. Ling Han nodded, and this caused the expressions of Lu Xianming and his 7 subordinates to shift. They had really feared that Ling Han would agree. Though Ling Han hadn't really made a move, merely his current action was frightening enough. No one would want to push him towards the other side and become their enemy. Sir, you do not yet know who my young master is, right? A guard asked, revealing Lu Xianming's identity. My young master, Lu Xianming, is one of the 11 holy sons of Alchemy City, and is the man who has the highest chance of inheritance. Alchemy City, a 4-star force, and further, we are not an ordinary 4-star force either. Our Alchemy City has gathered more than 90% of the alchemists in the Eastern Celestial Realm. It can be said that in the whole Celestial Realm, at least 40% of all alchemical pills have come from the hands of our Alchemy City. Oh, so they happen to be alchemists. A thought flashed in Ling Han's head, and he had an understanding. He asked, the three of you have probably been sent by Lu Xianming's competitors, right? When it involved a contest of power, it had always been cruel and ruthless. Even members of the same family could possibly turn hostile against one another. And this was something that Ling Han had experienced deeply long ago in the small world. It was not all that different in the Celestial Realm either. From a small world to the Celestial Realm, the only thing that had changed was strength, and the unchanging factor was human will. Those three did not answer, which was equivalent to having given tacit admission. Ling Han did not take it to heart and said, the fact that you are having internal strife in your own clan has nothing to do with me. However, I have never developed the habit of using the lives of innocents to make profit. You all had best just hand over whatever you have in your pockets. We are but strangers coming together by chance, and I will leave immediately, so forgive me for not accepting credit. Sir, could it be that you have not heard clearly? Our young master is a holy son of Alchemy City. A guard couldn't help but exclaim loudly, reminding Ling Han. The Holy Son of Alchemy City had many alchemists under his command that he could mobilize, and how many contacts did every alchemist have? This was an incredibly frightening number. It could be said that the chairperson of Alchemy City was definitely the top person beneath Celestial Kings. No other 4-star force would dare to trifle with them, and in terms of wealth, the only other force that could compare with them was the massive military pavilion. Though you are very strong, you are still only a third severance. If it was not for the fact that this is a unique situation, what need would there be for us to curry favor with you? Ling Han turned and looked at that person, dissatisfaction on his face. I am doing business here, and you are crashing my party? He pressed down a palm, and that guard instantly collapsed onto the ground, his forehead covered with cold sweat. Too frightening. Though he had not been injured, an extremely domineering aura was practically enough to scare him out of his wits. Ling Han withdrew his gaze and broke into a grin, saying, Come, let's continue. This time, everyone did not fight further. Ling Han's strength was enough to overwhelm everything. He only had to lean slightly towards one side, and then that side would be able to gain an absolute victory, so what was the point of further fighting? Lu Xianming frowned as well. He had not brought many star stones with him on this trip, and he feared that he would not be able to win out over those three. Pa. Both sides began to collect their wealth. Multiple star stones and godly metal were taken out of their spatial god tools, and respectively piled up on either side. Unfortunately, Ling Han was doing a real-time valuation there as well, so neither side dared to relax, and they were taking out all their valuables as much as they could. To be honest, those 7 guards really didn't have much wealth. The majority depended completely on Lu Xianming, and the 3 sneak attackers were assassins, but had accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. Thus, who would actually come out on top in the competition between both sides was actually hard to determine. Go. Ling Han cheered both sides on, causing Lu Xianming and the 3 assassins to almost gain a feeling of unity against a common enemy. Can you not want to make an easy profit like this? Could you have some consideration for our feelings? As time passed, their movements to take things out slowed down gradually. That was because they really couldn't find anything else valuable even after a thorough search. When both sides were completely unable to take anything else out, Ling Han looked towards the 3 assassins, and smilingly said, Congratulations. You have won in this competition. And do you have some words of thanks to say? You have really screwed us over, the 3 assassins said internally. These really were words of utmost sincerity from them. Though they had won this competition, they had emptied out all their savings as well. This was a definite loss for them. Thankfully, once they killed Lu Xianming, they would be able to earn a little back at least. Meanwhile, Lu Xianming's expression shifted slightly, while his 7 subordinates were extremely furious. They each gripped their weapons tightly, standing guard around Lu Xianming. Ling Han nodded and said, You guys can scram. The 3 assassins faltered. Didn't we win? Why are you telling us to scram? This is your compensation for my loss. When have I agreed to help you kill anyone? Ling Han glared at them. Scram quickly or I will start a new auction. When the three assassins heard this, their faces immediately turned green, and they hurriedly broke into a run. They swore internally, they were determined not to meet Ling Han again in this lifetime. And this shouldn't be a vow but rather a prayer. After all, if it was just them vowing, it would not be of use. Lu Xianming and his group finally sighed in relief, but their faces immediately turned green because not only did Ling Han stow away the property of the three assassins, he did not spare even theirs. Sir, you, a guard couldn't help but call out. Why are you taking our stuff too? Ling Han glared at him and said, Don't you know the rules? Could it be that I have not saved the life of your young master, so shouldn't I accept a little reward for it? Who do you guys think I am? The saintly celestial king? The 7 guards were instantly rendered speechless. Only now did they know how ruthless Ling Han was. He was basically taking from both sides. Yet Lu Xianming rubbed his hands and laughed loudly, saying, My dear friend, you are truly a unique character. Dare I ask how I should address you? Ling Han casually replied as he continued to stow everything away into the Black Tower. Brother Ling, are you willing to work for me? As for rewards, just name the price. Lu Xianming said proudly. He did indeed have such confidence. Alchemy City was definitely the wealthiest 4-star force in the whole world, and even the massive military pavilion could fall behind them, flabbergasted. The latter could only just barely compare to the former. Chapter 1851, Old Bastard. Ling Han chuckled and said, Really just name the price. Go ahead, Lu Xianming said, similarly with a smile. Though he was an alchemy prodigy, he also had outstanding accomplishments in martial arts, and was a king tier himself. But he speculated that he was far from Ling Han's level in martial arts. Thus he was of a mind to recruit him. If this kind of prodigy was working for him, his status would be even more secured. In a contest among holy sons like them, they were allowed to make a move on each other, but it definitely had to be between equals in cultivation level. Otherwise, if they breached the rules of the sect, not only would their status as holy son be stripped, they would even be executed. A contest was a contest and rules were rules. They were not allowed to mess around. Ling Han was invincible among his peers, so before he ascended to the apex, the former could become his absolute helping hand. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, Then I won't be greedy either. For example, Celestial King tier techniques, give me 10. As well as source powers, the likes of 5 elements, slaughter, time, just give me 1 of each. Lu Xianming's initially smiling expression immediately turned green, and he also felt humiliated and angry. Are you joking with me? Celestial King tier technique? How could a 4-star force possibly have a Celestial King tier technique? And 10 at that. And there was source powers too. That thing was even rarer than Celestial Kings, and to offer 1 of each? Why don't you just fly while you are at it? People said the price asked for was as high as heaven, while the offering price was as low as the earth, but Ling Han's first offer was really so high that he could not even open his mouth. Even if he bargained the price down to 1 Celestial King tier technique and 1 source power, so what? Was he able to pay the price? Ling Han smiled slightly and said, You can't even satisfy such low requests? Sigh, forget it, I had best ask others. He stowed away the stuff on the ground and grabbed a piece of roast meat while he was at it. With a wave of his hand, he strode off. If it was not for the fact that he had eaten their food and screwed them over too, he couldn't be bothered to involve himself in this kind of murderous enmity. How could it be that Lu Xianming was an absolute good guy? Looking at his figure that gradually disappeared from sight, Lu Xianming and his subordinates finally relaxed. After all, Ling Han was really too strong. With him there, they felt as if there was a stone weighing down on their hearts and felt greatly pained. Young master, this person is too arrogant. When we return, should we find a few people too? One of his subordinates said, making a slicing motion with his hand. Lu Xianming swept a stern look on him and darkly said, No matter what, he has still saved our lives, so how could we return kindness with ingratitude? Do you all think that my life is worth just that little bit? We dare not. The 7 guards all half knelt reverently. When we next meet, I hope you will not refuse me again. Lu Xianming withdrew his gaze, and recovered his confident and calm composure. With a wave of his hand, his eyes were extremely grim and solemn. Let's go. Though he wanted to be kind-hearted, the ambush this time had caused his heart to completely harden. The contest of heirs was destined to be irreconcilable. He could not afford to be merciful any longer, or he would only be giving up his own life. Ling Han was very pleased. Though he seemed to have a knack for attracting trouble, he had also obtained a large pile of star stones and godly metal because of it, which made him very happy. Humming a tune, he suddenly felt an incredibly strange feeling, like even his heart was sinking. "Kaka lad." Amidst a series of cackles, an elder appeared by his side. He was really very old, appearing to be in his 70s, all his hair gray, and more than half of his teeth missing too, looking like he was close to death. However, Ling Han did not dare to think that the other party was weak in the slightest bit. He had a feeling that his elder was even stronger than Commander Guan. Commander Guan was already a 5th secret elite, and a 5th secret elite that had walked out from a 9th heaven celestial king tier level force at that. Then this elder definitely had to be in the ascending origin tier. "What advice do you have for me, senior?" Ling Han was not able to flee. The other's chi had completely locked down on him. Once he had the slightest intention to flee, the other man would definitely move without the slightest hesitation. And even in that instant when he dodged into the Black Tower, he would not be spared. The ascending origin tier was too strong. They were the strongest beneath celestial king tier. The old man laughed loudly, clapped a hand on Ling Han's shoulder and said, "Lad, your temperament is really steady. If any other person was scared like this by me, they would probably either turn around and flee, or be shivering with fear." "Ho ho, thank you for senior's praise." Ling Han frowned slightly because he realized that when the elder had clapped his shoulder, some unknown regulations had also been sent into his body. It was definitely nothing good. The elder withdrew his hand and said, "What I have sent into your body is named Black Murderous Curse, and is my unique trick. Without me dispelling it for you, even if several hundred ascending origin tiers made their move together, it would be useless." He crooked his finger a few times, and Ling Han's expression immediately changed. He could feel his heart shrink suddenly and harshly, as if a net was tightly wrapped around it, squeezing it so hard that he felt incredible pain. Ling Han was internally furious, but he did not panic and darkly asked, "This junior thinks I have not done senior any offense, so why has senior planted such a technique on me? Kaka, I want you to do something for me, but fear that you will not do your best, so I can only use some means first to prevent you from forgetting." The elder cackled. When one had reached a height that he had, he naturally would not be concerned about the attitudes of others. If he did not like anyone, he only had to erase him. Of course, he presently wanted Ling Han to do something for him, so even if he disliked him, he would temporarily tolerate him. For a mighty figure like himself, this kind of patience was not a big deal. Ling Han's heart calmed. Since he wanted him to do something, then he temporarily wouldn't be in any danger. He asked, "May I know what senior wants me to do?" "Steal something," the elder said smilingly. "My name is Blood Shadow Demon, but the majority call me Old Demon Blood Shadow, and I too like this name. Hehe, I am only an old demon." Ling Han was speechless. This old bastard did not feel this was an insult at all, so even if this insult was thrown into his face, it was useless. "What do you want me to steal and where is it?" Old Demon Blood Shadow looked at Ling Han admiringly. "If it was not for the fact that I am so determined to obtain that item, I really could not bear to have you take the risk, brat. So calm and composed, I would really like to treasure your talent." He paused slightly. "There seems to be something in your body, brat. Forget it, proper business is more important." Ling Han couldn't help but feel his heart clench. Ascending origin tiers could not discover the existence of the Black Tower, the 9 Heavens Flame, and the likes with a single glance, but upon direct skin contact, they would immediately discover something was off. Thankfully, the old bastard was more anxious about stealing something. Otherwise, should he carefully examine in closer detail, he would at least be able to discover the 9 Heavens Flame and Shenin Source Water. Those were source powers, and even Celestial King tiers would be tempted. The old bastard would definitely kill him without the slightest hesitation and take them for his own. "I want you to enter into Alchemy City, and steal the 2 natural peach seals there for me." Finally, Old Demon Blood Shadow announced his demand. Ling Han. This was really too much of a coincidence, wasn't it? Ling Han wanted to achieve 5th severance, so he had to obtain the natural peach seal. Otherwise, once the heavenly tribulation struck him, there would be absolutely no way he could survive. And so coincidentally the old bastard wanted him to steal the natural peach seal. Moreover, Ling Han had just encountered the holy son of Alchemy City, and now the old bastard wanted him to sneak into Alchemy City. Senior has probably witnessed that farce previously, right? Ling Han asked smilingly. The old bastard should have no idea that he, too, wanted to get the natural peach seal, but must have seen those 3 sneak attackers attempt to assassinate Lu Xianming. The admiration in the old demon Blood Shadow's expression became more pronounced, and he said, "So the child can be taught." Chapter 1852, Stealing. There were only 3 minor levels in the ascending origin tier. Small accomplishment, great accomplishment and consummate respectively. Old demon Blood Shadow was at small accomplishment, but he had stagnated on this cultivation level for who knew how much time, and sustained Immortal's tribulation innumerable times, but his strength had not improved further, while the Immortal's tribulation had become harder and harder to endure. He had a feeling that if he did not break through to great accomplishment, then when the next Immortal's tribulation came, he would not be able to survive it. Didn't you see how others would be looking sage-like, and why would his hair have all turned gray, and more than half had been lost at that? This was connected with the Immortal's tribulation, causing him to look doddering and old. Otherwise, he had also been a handsome man himself many years ago, and had enraptured millions of women with his charms. He speculated that there was hope for him to break through to the great accomplishment, but did not have the slightest confidence that he would be able to survive the tribulation, and had thus placed his hopes on the natural peach seal. However, 99% of natural peach seals were in the hands of Celestial King tier level forces. In fact, they were in the hands of Celestial King tiers above 5th heaven. He did not even dare think about it, what more going to steal it? That would really be thinking that he was not dying fast enough. Because his life was hanging in the balance, he had investigated everywhere, and he had actually found out that there was a natural peach seal in Alchemy City. It was said that years ago an Alchemy King had emerged from Alchemy City, and he was able to concoct supreme Dao pills of Celestial King tier level, and had thus been bestowed 5 natural peach seals by a supreme Celestial King. Because this Celestial King was too aggressive, there was no other force that dared have any ideas about these 5 natural peach seals. Actually, he too did not have the intention, but there was a sharp sword hanging over his neck, so he could only take the risk. Moreover, he was not moving personally either. Hadn't he found Ling Han to do the job for him? And then he only had to kill Ling Han to keep the secret, and naturally no one could possibly link him to this matter. Through the passage of time, Alchemy City had already used 3 natural peach seals. At present there were still 2 left. Then, he could use one when he was in great accomplishment, and the next he could use when he ascended to consummate, and that was just enough. Additionally, natural peach seal did not have any effect on Celestial Kings, because it was also Celestial King tier level, so how could it conceal this kind of destiny? In any case, old demon Blood Shadow did not have the confidence that he could break through to the Celestial King tier either. The ascending origin tier consummate would be his final stop. Furthermore, it was only a possibility that he could reach it. However, as long as he had reached the ascending origin tier consummate, he would at least be able to live a few more epochs, and who knew, maybe another miracle would take place. The natural peach seal can conceal destiny, and allow the heavenly tribulation that you undergo to weaken by at least 1 level, the old bastard explained to Ling Han. There are a total of 2 natural peach seals in Alchemy City, and I only want one while the other can be left for your use. Your talent is extraordinary. In fact, you can possibly achieve a 5th severance, but there is absolutely no way you could survive the heavenly tribulation for the 5th severance, and you must use the natural peach seal. How about it? Are you tempted now? Though I have commanded you to do this for me, it is also greatly beneficial for yourself. He tempted Ling Han. This was only deceiving the latter. He would be making use of both natural peach seals to say the least. Even if he was not going to use it, he could always sell it to another. This thing was not celestial medicine, yet was definitely more valuable than the majority of celestial medicines. Ling Han naturally would not believe him. If this old bastard's words could be trusted, then even pigs would fly. Of course he would not say it out loud. He only asked, "Then what should I do to be able to steal the natural peach seals?" This was a precious treasure, so how could it be stolen so easily? Ho ho, then that would have to depend on that brat from previously, old demon Blood Shadow said smilingly. That brat is the most likely person to inherit Alchemy City, and I have been secretly following him all this way, offering my protection. With how clever Ling Han was, he immediately realized that this old bastard had long since had the idea of using Lu Xianming to enter into Alchemy City so he could steal the natural peach seals. True, he was a future heir, so he would definitely have the chance of entering into the treasury in the utmost core of the city. He really was enshrouded by bad luck. This was really too unlucky. You go and meet Lu Xianming, follow him and help him to ascend to the seat of chairperson. When you get the chance, enter into the treasury and you can steal the natural peach seals. As for how should you go about doing this, there is no need for me to teach you further, right? Old Demon Blood Shadow continued. I will give you 10 million years. By then, if you still have not brought back the natural peach seals, then don't blame me for being cruel. When he said the last sentence, he showed a menacing killing intent. He could not afford any delays. 10 million years was already his limit, and he still had to retain enough time for him to advance to great accomplishment. Ling Han sighed ruefully inside his heart. After going a full circle, he actually still had to go to Alchemy City. However, he did indeed need the natural peach seal, and furthermore, one was not enough either. He had to get two. The Empress needed it as well. Then he'd just go and steal them and create some kind of chaos to be able to inform Commander Guan for free. Ling Han had already made the decision mentally, and thus nodded and replied, I will do my best. Not your best, but you must succeed. Otherwise your life will be gone. Old Demon Blood Shadow clapped Ling Han's shoulder, and with every clap, a certain power would surge into Ling Han's body. Immediately, multiple black vein patterns appeared on Ling Han's skin. They were exuding a smoke-like substance and looked incredibly evil. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. This was really too painful, it was deep to his bones and marrow. I have already set the time for the curse to activate for you, and that is 10 million years later. However, to remind you to make as much use of your time as possible, this black murderous curse will activate every year. And when the black murderous curse takes your life, the level of agony will be 10,000 times worse, so you will only die after having been tortured enough for 10,000 years. Old Demon Blood Shadow withdrew his hand, a strange expression flashing over his features. He kept sensing that there was something strange about Ling Han's body, but when he thought about the more imminent life-threatening danger, to him, 100 million years was really not very long. You see, he had already given Ling Han 10 million years to complete the theft. Forget it, whatever was so strange, he would kill this brat and make a slow, careful study of it once he obtained the natural peach seals. This is the map and I have already marked the spot for you. Go on then. Old Demon Blood Shadow waved a hand at Ling Han. As he saw it, Ling Han presently was just wasting his life. Ling Han set out, and a feeling of anxiety immediately rose up in his heart. No matter what, he had to first dispel the black murderous curse inside his body. Maybe the Black Tower could do it. He did not immediately enter. Old Demon Blood Shadow had already grown suspicious about him, so at the moment, it was best that he did not use the Black Tower. For an ascending origin tier elite, even if he secretly followed Ling Han, he would not allow him to discover it, just like how Old Demon Blood Shadow first appeared, catching Ling Han completely off guard and capturing him directly. Alchemy City was very, very far. Thankfully, Ling Han still had Dragonhawk. Dragging this guy out of the Black Tower and knocking it awake, Ling Han climbed on board and headed to Alchemy City according to the map. He knew that Old Demon Blood Shadow was definitely following behind him, fearing that he would not give up and look for someone to dispel the black murderous curse. Ling Han obediently journeyed for a month, and a majestic great city appeared ahead of him. 4-star Great Force Alchemy City. The whole city was constructed to look like a cauldron, while there were innumerable formation patterns glowing with light on its outside, protecting this ancient city. This should be the most heavily guarded place in the entire Eastern Celestial Realm. They were rich and pompous, so whatever materials they used were the best and most expensive, so they were naturally awesome. After entering into the city, Old Demon Blood Shadow should not dare to follow him any further. That was because once this kind of elite entered into the city, he would definitely draw attention, and be kept under constant monitoring by Alchemy City. And taking the old bastard's nickname into further consideration, he was already called an old demon, so he had to be something like an object of scorn. He might not dare to easily reveal himself. He would be worried that he was going to be beaten. Chapter 1853, Time Cultivation Chamber. There were many damn rules for entering a 1-star city, what more entering a 4-star great city. Though Ling Han had entered into the city, this city was divided into 5 regions in total. Aside from the first level which could be entered just by paying the entrance fee, the other 4 levels could only be entered after submitting an application. For example, a severing mundane tier could apply to go to the 2nd layer, dividing soul tier could go to the 3rd level, immortal palace tier could go to the 4th level, and ascending origin tier could go to the 5th level. Additionally, alchemists could also go to different levels based on their respective skill in alchemy. Of course, application was one story, but approval was quite another. Ling Han first found an inn to stay in on the 1st level. At present, he had to deal with the problem of the Black Murderous Curse first. He immediately entered into the Black Tower. Small tower? Ling Han called out softly. Black Murderous Curse, this is a little troublesome. If I use my power to erase it for you, that would very likely alert a few old monsters. Thus, the best method is still for you to experience rising from the ashes again, and the Black Murderous Curse would naturally be dispelled. Small Tower soon gave a response. Will it affect me at other times? Ling Han asked again. No, Small Tower said. It's fine even if you don't dispel it. Even if the curse activates and you die once, you can still revive through rising from the ashes. Furthermore, you can also use the Black Murderous Curse to temper yourself. Actually, this can be considered a blessing too. Ling Han's mouth couldn't help but twitch. You haven't had a taste of when the Black Murderous Curse activates, have you? That is definitely not a pleasant feeling. And he had to experience it once a year. He really had no wish to experience it again. To become a supreme celestial king, one must experience extreme suffering. If you do not even have this kind of perseverance, you had best not think of the 5th severance, and just become an ordinary celestial king, enjoying a mediocre life, Small Tower said calmly. Fuck, though I know you are just egging me on, having it sunder a tower like you cast disdain on me like this, I really am not going to yield. Ling Han laughed loudly, showing his noble aspirations. Fine, I will struggle a bit then. Ling Han exited the Black Tower. Since there was no way he could seek out Commander Guan at this moment, he would just have the latter take the initiative to find him, and to achieve this he had to become well known. There were many ways to become known, for example running bare naked through the streets, or having S*X in the open. And this was too tasteless. He was not the large black dog, so how could he do something like that? Then should he kill a few profligate young masters with powerful backgrounds? No, this was a 4-star city. If he started a massacre, then he would have to flee for his life before Commander Guan could make his way here. This clearly was not reasonable either. Then there was only one way left. Wasn't this the Alchemy City? What a coincidence. He was the Alchemy Emperor. Then, let him come and conquer this city so that it would become an alchemy city that was deserving of its name. He already had a certain mastery of alchemy basics. Xiang Yan had taught him a great many things. However, for the moment he was unable to concoct a complete pill. After all, the reincarnation tree only helped to increase appreciation and understanding, but could not improve his practical skill. Something like alchemy still depended on practice. The Empress was in seclusion, so Ling Han brought the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden out for a breath of fresh air, walking around on the 1st level. This place naturally was also overwhelmingly huge. There were mountains and seas, and it could be compared to a gigantic planet. To completely walk a full circle here would need astonishingly long time. Thankfully, the majority of facilities were focused in the commercial area. Thus, they only had to walk around there. Whatever there was in the 1st level could be bought here. Ling Han mostly wanted to focus on alchemy. With his natural talent, he only had to show some of his skill, and there would definitely be alchemists going wild with joy, wanting to welcome and recruit him. He was definitely not going to do as the Blood Shadow Old Demon had said, and become a subordinate for Lu Xianming. Who knew, maybe he would really develop here and treat this place like his future base in the celestial realm. That was because alchemy was a part of him that could not be severed, and this at least was the sacred place of alchemy in the Eastern Celestial Realm. If he inherited the Alchemy City, then wouldn't it become very natural for him to take the natural peach seal for his use? Would he still have to steal it? After Ling Han walked around, he gained a very great pleasant surprise. There were time cultivation chambers here. What was their use? The time inside would be accelerated to a much faster rate than outside. One day inside and no matter what you were doing you could save endless time. For example, concocting an alchemical pill would normally need 10 days, but inside it would only require 5 days, 3 days, or even 1 day. Ling Han made some detailed inquiries. The time cultivation chamber here only had 4 acceleration effects: 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, and 5 days, which meant that time could be sped up by 2 to 5 times. It could not be helped. This was only the first level area, and it was rumored that there were better time cultivation chambers further upwards, such as 10 times, 20 times, and 30 times. The strongest could reach 100 times, and only the 5th level had that. Furthermore, it was not something that one could make use of just by paying for it. The more the time was accelerated, the more resources it would expend. To say nothing of 10 times or 100 times, merely accelerating the time by 2 times, one would have to pay a star stone for each day. And for 3 times, it would be 2 star stones, 4 times would be 5 star stones, and 5 times was 10 star stones. In terms of quality to price ratio, acceleration by 2 times was the most worthwhile. Acceleration by 3-4 times was also extremely favored, and acceleration by 5 times was a privilege that belonged to the rich. If Ling Han wanted to comprehend Tao, it was still the reincarnation tree that was better. At the beginning, 1 day was equivalent to a year, already accelerating time by over 300 times, what more now when the acceleration rate had reached more than 3 million times. But in terms of alchemy, the reincarnation tree was of no help at all. After he found out that there was something like the time cultivation chamber, he immediately became very interested. Xiang Yin had once said that he could only concoct his first cauldron of celestial pills after 10 years, but with the help of the time cultivation chamber, he could shrink this time down to 2 years. And if Ling Han went to the 2nd level, he could reduce this time even further. He immediately made his decision. First, he would apply for entry to the 2nd level, and at the same time he would concoct pills here. When his application was approved, he would go to the 2nd level. Time could not be wasted. Then he would only have to concoct a cauldron of pills and stun the masses. Naturally, there would be grandmasters of alchemy stepping out to admire a prodigy like him, and it would be a natural turn of events for him to enter further into the 3rd level, the 4th level, and so on. With the reincarnation tree for comprehension, and added with the full acceleration of the time cultivation chamber, Ling Han did not believe that he could not become an outstanding alchemist in a short period of time. Let's go. He and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden then headed towards the time cultivation chamber. There was only one place that had it in this whole 1st level, and that was in this commercial area, which was not far. The two of them soon arrived at their destination. It was not of much use to the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. She wanted to advance to the severing mundane tier, and would need accumulation over endless time, and the reincarnation tree was the true key for that. Otherwise, even acceleration by 100 times was not enough. She had only accompanied Ling Han here to take a look, and later she would enter into the Black Tower. For all eternity. Ling Han read the signboard outside this time cultivation chamber. This was a very large courtyard, and was separated into several hundred cultivation chambers. A profligate young master wouldn't come out and have some ideas about me, right? The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden joked. She knew Ling Han's trait as a magnet for trouble. He was constantly drawing trouble. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "There's no harm in taking a look." The two of them entered the courtyard. There was a place selling tickets. At the entrance, every cultivation chamber could only be opened with its specialized seal. "Dear two customers, what acceleration rate of cultivation chamber would you like? I suggest you choose one with 3 times acceleration rate. The quality to price ratio and practical effects are the best," the ticket vendor said very encouragingly. Every individual that came was a customer. 5 times and we'll take it for a month first. Ling Han drew out 300 star stones and handed them over. He had no shortage of money. Sure. After the ticket vendor took the star stones, he examined them slightly, then handed Ling Han a seal and said, "Customer, please keep this well. The number for your cultivation chamber is 501. Coincidentally, this is the final cultivation chamber with 5 times acceleration rate. Let me give you a kind reminder. Each cultivation chamber can only allow one person to enter. The moment a second person appears, that cultivation chamber would automatically close, and it will be considered as you having forfeited the remaining time." Ling Han nodded. He had long since known this rule. This was to prevent someone from using a spatial god tool to bring a large group of people in. He was just about to leave when he saw a young man bustling over in a run. The latter exclaimed, Give me a 5 times acceleration rate cultivation chamber. Chapter 1854, It really was not me drawing trouble. 5 times acceleration rate cultivation chamber? The ticket vendor shook his head. There's none left. The last one has just been rented out. As he said that, he cast a look at Ling Han. Ling Han suddenly had a thought. Could it be that a melodramatic event was going to happen again? That young man turned to look at Ling Han, and his expression was all smiles as he asked, "This brother, could you sublet this cultivation chamber to me? I can offer you 10% more star stones." Ling Han smiled. At first, he had thought that this guy would throw around his wealth, and use 10 times the star stones to crush him, yet the result was actually just an additional 10%. However, precisely because of this, he could tell that this character was no profligate. Otherwise, this guy would definitely be the pettiest profligate in the world. Ling Han shook his head and said, "I do not wish to sublet it." That young man was very anxious and determinedly kept on bargaining with him, hoping that Ling Han could agree, yet was tactfully refused. He did not threaten Ling Han and said what would happen to him if he did not oblige or something along those lines though. Ling Han was actually slightly proud. This time, no conflict had happened. This seemed to be the first time in history, right? Not bad, this was a matter worth drinking to. Seeing his expression, the heavenly phoenix divine maiden involuntarily covered her mouth and laughed. She naturally understood what Ling Han was thinking, but this husband of hers would actually be proud because of such a matter, which was proof enough of how astonishing his halo of trouble was. "Zhu Jin, are you done?" A voice filled with loftiness rang out, and a young man walked over. He was clearly walking towards the other young man, but as he walked, his eyes passed over the heavenly phoenix divine maiden, and he could no longer turn his gaze away. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden showed a hint of displeasure, and leaned her body slightly towards Ling Han, using Ling Han's body to block the other's gaze. The first young man's name was Zhu Jin. He showed a hint of awkwardness and turning towards the other young man said, "Young Master Yu, I'm really sorry. The last 5 times acceleration chamber has just been rented out." The young man that was called Young Master Yu cast a gaze full of suspicion at Zhu Jin, and asked, "Hey, you aren't just trying to save money and deliberately lying to me, are you?" "How could I dare to?" Zhu Jin rubbed his forehead, but there was no sweat. "If Young Master Yu does not believe me, you can ask the staff here." The ticket vendor was cooperative. Though he did not recognize this Young Master Yu, he still said, "That's right, Young Master Yu. The last 5 times acceleration rate cultivation chamber has been rented to this customer. Why don't you rent a 4 times acceleration rate cultivation chamber instead? The actual effects are not much different." "Rubbish." Young Master Yu immediately rebuked, the spit from his mouth almost splashing onto Zhu Jin's face. "I, Lu Yu, will either not use any at all or I will use the best. Otherwise, how would I be able to face others when I return to Blue Eternity City?" After blustering around for a while, his eyes focused on Ling Han. "You, hand over your cultivation chamber to me, and however much money you want, you can go and find that guy." He pointed at Zhu Jin, a hint of pride in his expression. This was shown deliberately for the benefit of Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. "How about it? I'm awesome, right? I have a lackey that I can order around as I like, and he will give me money as long as I ask for it." Ling Han sighed. He had really thought that he could have a normal experience this time and would not attract trouble, but reality proved that it was easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to guard against despicable people. He had again encountered a despicable character. Zhu Jin got a scare. Though he was slightly well off, he definitely could not hold up to such an exorbitant demand. He hurriedly laughed and said, "Please don't joke around, Young Master Yu. My friend, do me a favor, all right, and I'll give you 30% more of star stones." "Zhu Jin, how could you be so petty? Don't make this beauty laugh at you and don't make me lose face." Lu Yu humphed, appearing to be very displeased. "To bargain like this in front of a beauty, couldn't you be a little more generous?" Zhu Jin grimaced. He was only the young master of a small clan, and he was deliberately escorting Lu Yu around this time to curry favor with him. That was because the Zhu clan wanted to get some business from the Lu clan. But Lu Yu was putting on airs here in front of a beauty, and was just moving his mouth, while what Zhu Jin was paying was actual money. With how small the Zhu clan was, how could they hold up to such exorbitant expense? Young Master Yu, the 4 times acceleration rate cultivation chambers really are not much different, and I can rent for a longer time too, he said courteously to Lu Yu. Humph, then what about my pride? Lu Yu's expression was filled with arrogance. He was practically raising his head so high his nostrils were facing Zhu Jin. Don't forget, it is not just your Zhu clan, there is still the Jin clan, Ma clan and Qing clan, and they are all cordially entertaining me. If you can't bear to part with a bit of money, there will be others who can. Zhu Jin could only grimace once more and turned to Ling Han and said, Friend, I am really sorry, but could we negotiate a bit? I am willing to compensate you with double the amount. This time he had really spent a lot of money. He could only pray that Ling Han had not rented for too long a period of time. The Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden could not bear to see Lu Yu's arrogance, and also sympathized with how Zhu Jin was acting so humble. Turning to Ling Han, she said, Why don't we just sublet it to him then? In any case, Ling Han had already applied for qualification to enter into the 2nd level. He had come here only for the experience, so subletting and using a 4 times acceleration rate chamber instead would not have too much effect. At first, there was definitely no way that Ling Han would give way for someone like Lu Yu, but with a soft plea from his wife like this, and Zhu Jin had been polite all this while too, his heart softened, and thus he said, Fine then, I'll let you have it. Many thanks. Many thanks. Zhu Jin hurriedly bowed extremely low, offering his grateful thanks. Lu Yu saw this and scoffed, saying, So after bargaining for so long, you are just a greedy man. Pay, who do you think you are to put on a pretense of reservedness in front of me? Brat, come here and kneel in thanks for allowing you to make a good profit. Ling Han had stretched out his hand halfway to hand over the seal, but when he heard this, he became furious and suddenly withdrew his hand. This time it was definitely not his halo of trouble, but rather this kind of trash was indeed asking to be beaten. So how cheap could you get? I have already let you have the cultivation chamber, so you just proudly go since you already have the upper hand. But you insist on being cheap and asking for a beating, ha? Ling Han set his eyes on Lu Yu and said, Swallow the words that you have said. Yet Lu Yu was determined to cause trouble, though it was not because he disliked Ling Han, but rather for the sake of the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. Though the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden had not advanced into the severing mundane tier, which decreased her charms, she was an exquisite beauty after all. There were at most only 100 that could match her beauty in the whole Alchemy city. This seemed to be a large number, but just how many people were there in a 4-star city, and how many elites were there? Lu Yu could only look up at any single one of them, swallow his saliva, and then let his imagination roam in his head. But now, an exquisite beauty had actually appeared at the 1st level. What did this mean? He was completely qualified to pluck this beautiful bloom for himself. Ling Han? Who did he think he was? Just a country bumpkin, and he thought he could contest with him over a woman. Seeing Ling Han choose to confront him directly, Lu Yu was not angered but rather pleased. With a comparison like this, only then would his superiority be presented clearly. Oh, you want me to apologize? Lu Yu was very arrogant, slanting a sideways glance at Ling Han. Just who do you think you are? What qualifies you for that? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.